The meaning of your blood type will change your entire life. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Have you ever wondered if something as simple and biological as your blood type could reveal deep truths about your personality, energy, and even your destiny? In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we explore how ancient and modern insights, combined with Jungian psychology, shed light on the hidden meaning of your blood type. You'll never see yourself the same way again. So, before we begin, I invite you to comment below. Have you ever felt your personality didn't quite match what others expected from you? Let's dive deeper into the wisdom written in your very blood. 1. Jung's psychology meets Japanese blood type theory. Jung's concept of archetypes reveals the hidden structures within the human psyche universal roles, like the hero, the sage, the rebel, and the caregiver. These timeless patterns are not just symbols in stories or myths. They live in our unconscious and shape our behavior, emotions, and life choices. Jung believed that by becoming aware of the archetypes operating within us, we begin the journey of individuation, the process of becoming whole and spiritually awakened. This isn't simply about self-knowledge. It's about soul integration. It's about realizing that who you think you are is only a fragment of your fuller, divine self. Meanwhile, in Japanese culture, the Ketsueki Gata theory assigns deep personality meaning to something most people overlook: blood type. According to this system, people with blood type A tend to be organized, cautious, and thoughtful. Type B individuals are creative, curious, and expressive. Type AB people combine logic and intuition, often feeling like they live between two worlds. And those with type O blood are bold, competitive, and natural-born leaders. Though not scientifically proven, this belief is woven into daily life in Japan, from matchmaking to workplace dynamics, suggesting that blood may carry more than just biological data. It may carry archetypal energy. Now imagine what happens when we combine these two frameworks. When the structure of Jung's archetypes intersects with the essence of your blood type, something profound emerges, a spiritual code that not only reflects who you are, but who you are becoming. A type A person who carries the caregiver archetype may struggle with suppressed rage or unmet needs if their inner rebel is ignored. A type O person, aligned with the warrior archetype, may find success and power, but if they never access their inner sage, they risk burnout and emptiness. A type AB person might embody the magician, intuitive, complex, and insightful, but without grounding, they may feel isolated in their wisdom. These combinations are not random. They offer spiritual wisdom by revealing your soul's tendencies and your karmic patterns. They show you where you flow and where you resist, what energizes you and what drains you. The archetype shows you your path. The blood type shows you the lens. Together, they form a personal mythology, a blueprint of your essence and evolution. When used consciously, this fusion becomes a tool for awakening, healing, and deep self-acceptance. It invites you to integrate all parts of yourself, not just the image you present to the world, but the shadows, the instincts, and the divine spark you carry within. This is not about reducing your identity to a label. It is about listening to the subtle language of your being. Jung taught that what remains unconscious rules us from within. By making your inner structures conscious, you claim your story. Your blood may carry the physical inheritance of your ancestors, but it also carries archetypal echoes, whispers of what you were born to remember. The journey is not outward, but inward. The path to truth is paved with symbols, energies, and self-recognition. This union of Jung's psychology and the Japanese blood type theory is not coincidence. It is a mirror through which your soul can finally see itself. If today's insight sparked something within you, share your thoughts below, or simply comment, "I embrace my archetype," to affirm your journey of self-discovery through Jung's wisdom and the Japanese blood type theory. Let's explore our true nature together. I'd love to hear what resonated with you most. 2. Blood as a hidden code to the inner self. Your blood may be more than a biological fact. It could be a spiritual blueprint, a coded message from the unconscious. Carl Jung, the pioneer of analytical psychology, believed that the unconscious expresses itself through universal symbols, and that true self-discovery begins when we learn to decode them. If blood types are seen not merely as genetic traits, but as archetypal keys, they can offer profound insight into your emotional tendencies, behavioral instincts, and relational dynamics. Jung's concept of individuation becoming a whole, integrated self relies on uncovering these inner patterns. Blood types, when understood symbolically, can serve as mirrors reflecting your deepest psychological architecture. Type O, for instance, is often associated with resilience, confidence, and decisiveness qualities that align with the archetype of the warrior, one who leads, protects, and acts with bold intention. Type A reflects harmony, sensitivity, and self-discipline, embodying the sage or the healer, those who observe deeply, prefer structure, and strive to maintain balance. Type B tends to be spontaneous, creative, and emotionally expressive traits of the explorer, the soul who seeks freedom, novelty, and inspiration. And Type AB, often seen as enigmatic and intuitive, resonates with the mystic archetype, those who carry the wisdom of opposites within them, combining logic and emotion, structure and fluidity. These archetypes don't limit you. They expand your understanding of how your energy naturally operates and how it interacts with the world around you. When you begin to see yourself through this lens, your relationships start to make more sense. You understand why you're drawn to certain people and why others feel emotionally overwhelming. These connections aren't random. They're responses to the energies your unconscious is working with. A Type A may be drawn to a Type B, not because they're opposites, but because something in them craves spontaneity. A Type O may clash with another warrior type until they learn to channel their strengths collaboratively. This is the realm where blood becomes not just fluid, but symbolic language. In modern life, this becomes particularly evident in high-pressure settings. Take the story of Leo, a Type AB surgeon known for his calm intuition under pressure. His colleagues, mostly Type O and Type A, found him strange, at first unpredictable, detached, too philosophical. But in the operating room, when chaos reigned, Leo saw patterns others missed. He guided the team with a quiet knowing, embodying the mystic's role, integrating contradiction, making peace between extremes. What once seemed like misalignment became a deeper harmony once the symbolic roles were acknowledged. Carl Jung taught us that when we understand the unconscious drivers beneath our choices, we reclaim our agency. Blood, as a metaphor, reminds us that not all truths are visible on the surface. What flows beneath the psychological and spiritual symbols may be the most honest map we have to ourselves. And when we bring these symbols to light, we stop reacting blindly and begin living intentionally. This is the spiritual wisdom embedded in the body. the idea that biology and psyche are not separate, but intertwined. Your blood type might not just explain your diet or immune system. It might whisper to you who you are, who you're becoming, and how you relate to the world. Jung would tell us that once this symbolic truth is seen, it cannot be unseen, and that is where transformation begins. Comment below. I am decoding my inner truth, if you're ready to explore the hidden messages within you. Your blood may carry more than genetics. It might hold the key to your spiritual evolution. Let's uncover it together. 3. Type A, the perfectionist, the sage. People with blood type A often embody the archetype of the sage or perfectionist, those who live life with precision, care, and a deep longing for harmony. They are not chaotic wanderers. Instead, they build their lives around quiet discipline, clear boundaries, and elegant control. Their strength lies in their ability to think methodically, to notice what others miss, and to bring order where others only bring reaction. Their loyalty is unwavering, their words carefully chosen, and their actions often speak louder than their emotions. Like a wise monk in a storm, they find stability in rituals, routines, and structure. But this order comes at a price. Behind the polished exterior of the type A soul is often a heart wrestling with anxiety, a mind flooded with self-criticism, and a subtle fear of things spiraling out of control. Their perfectionism, while admirable on the surface, can become a silent torment, driving them to overthink, overwork, and overextend. They often carry the unspoken belief that their worth is tied to how flawlessly they perform. Their inner dialogue may be one of high standards and harsh judgments. It has to be perfect, or I can't afford to make a mistake. Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. For the type A individual, this is the call to a spiritual awakening, a deep realization that control is not the same as peace, and that structure without spontaneity becomes a cage. True growth begins not by abandoning one's nature, but by integrating its opposite. It is the journey of learning to let go of over-control, to say yes to uncertainty, and to embrace the wisdom found in imperfection. Type A. Individuals thrive when they begin to trust the flow of life. When they give themselves permission to rest, to be playful, to make a mess, and not apologize for it, something sacred happens. Their intuition sharpens, their creativity deepens, and their relationships soften. A new kind of intelligence emerges, one rooted not in calculation, but in surrender. What once felt like chaos becomes opportunity. What once felt like failure becomes freedom. This shift does not mean turning away from their innate strengths. It means elevating them. A sage who also knows how to dance in the rain becomes not just wise, but alive. A perfectionist who can laugh at a crooked picture frame becomes not just skilled, but magnetic. When type A individuals stop fearing spontaneity and start honoring their inner rhythm, they become whole. This is their invitation to awaken not to become someone else, but to reclaim the parts of themselves they once believed were too unpredictable, too wild, or too soft. In this integration, the blood becomes a symbol not of identity, but of transformation. And the spiritual path is no longer about fixing oneself, but about freeing oneself. Do you see yourself in the type A archetype, the sage, or the perfectionist? If you've ever struggled with overthinking or learned to embrace imperfection, share your experience in the comments so others can grow from it too. If you're just starting this journey, Comment, "I will let go," to affirm your path toward freedom and balance. 4. Type B, the explorer, the rebel. Type B personalities are often seen as the embodiment of the explorer or the rebel archetype. They are driven not by a desire to fit in, but by a deep longing to experience life in its raw, unfiltered form. This type thrives on curiosity, passion, and independence, constantly pushing boundaries and questioning limitations. The explorer doesn't merely wander. They seek meaning in motion. The rebel doesn't break rules just to disrupt, but to pave a new way when the old one no longer serves the truth. Their greatest strength lies in their creative mind and their ability to adapt to change. Fluid thinking allows them to innovate in ways that traditional thinkers cannot. They do not fear the unknown. They're magnetically drawn to it. With passionate energy and a desire for authenticity, they have the power to breathe new life into stagnant systems. In Jungian terms, this personality channels the force of the trickster, not to deceive, but to challenge, to provoke transformation through disruption. Their honesty, though sometimes blunt, is rooted in integrity. They are unafraid to speak what others merely think, and this boldness gives them the power to shift collective narratives. Yet, every strength holds a shadow. The same passion that fuels their quest can also burn through consistency. Restlessness becomes a pattern, and novelty turns into an addiction. Type B, individuals may find themselves abandoning paths too early, just before depth is formed. They may enter relationships, careers, or spiritual practices with intensity, only to withdraw when structure appears. Beneath this lies a subtle fear. The fear that commitment might limit their freedom, that depth might feel like confinement. However, spiritual wisdom teaches that true freedom does not come from avoiding structure, but from choosing the right structure. The growth path for the explorer and rebel is not about suppressing their wild nature, but learning how to contain it with intention. Building consistency, whether through discipline, spiritual practice, or emotional maturity, allows their energy to channel more powerfully. Flexibility is not lost when grounded in purpose. Instead, it gains depth and impact. When they learn to slow down and stay with something long enough to see it unfold, their explorations evolve from mere experiences into wisdom. The rebel becomes a guide. The wanderer becomes a pathmaker. They begin to see that their instinct to break away was never meant to destroy, but to create something better from a place of awakened consciousness. To walk this path is to confront the self gently but truthfully. Are you exploring because your soul seeks meaning, or because your wounds fear stillness? Are you rebelling because you know your truth, or because you're afraid to be truly seen? The answers lie not in the world, but in the silence you often run from. That is where transformation begins. And once you return from that inner journey, you don't just change your life, you change how life flows through you. Have you ever embraced your inner rebel and followed your own path, even when it made no sense to others? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire fellow explorers. If not, type, "I will choose my own path," to declare your intention to live with freedom and purpose. Let's grow together. 5. Type AB, the mediator, the diplomat. If your blood type is AB, you possess a rare and powerful essence, the ability to harmonize what others see as irreconcilable. Carl Jung would have seen you as an embodiment of the mediator archetype, someone who lives at the intersection of opposites, not torn between them, but weaving them together into unity. You naturally perceive multiple dimensions of reality. Where others rush to judgment, you pause, reflect, and try to understand all sides. Your empathy is not superficial. It's deeply intuitive, allowing you to feel the unspoken emotional layers of any situation. You walk into a room and instantly read the atmosphere, tuning into every silent conflict and emotional current, even the ones no one dares to name. This sensitivity is your superpower, but it also makes your path uniquely complex. You are adaptive, flexible, and often the emotional anchor in your circles. People feel safe around you because you listen without trying to fix, and you accept without needing to agree. But this deep attunement to others often comes at a cost: the erosion of your own clarity. When you are always tuning in to others' needs, desires, and wounds, it's easy to lose sight of your own. You may struggle with indecisiveness, not because you don't care, but because you care about everything. You feel the weight of every choice, not just for yourself, but for how it ripples through others. This can create emotional fog, identity confusion, and an aching sense of overwhelm. You might find yourself in situations where everyone relies on you for peace, but no one asks how you're really doing. You become the glue holding others together, even while you're slowly coming undone. And still, you keep showing up, because being the bridge is all you've ever known. Yet deep inside, there's often a quiet longing not to abandon your empathy, but to finally include yourself in the circle of care. That longing is not weakness. It's the beginning of your transformation. Eliza, a woman with type AB blood, spent years offering counsel and comfort to others. Her presence was like a balm. People confided in her, trusted her, leaned on her. But privately, she felt like a ghost in her own life. She had mastered the art of reflection, always being what others needed her to be. Until one night, exhausted and emotionally numb, she looked in the mirror and whispered, "Who am I when no one is projecting onto me?" That question unraveled her, but it also liberated her. She began reconnecting with her desires, her dreams, and her own truth, not the one filtered through someone else's lens. Slowly, she stopped living as a mirror and started living as a soul. Carl Jung believed that individuation, the process of becoming your true self, requires the integration of all your internal opposites. For you, that means learning to hold your empathy without sacrificing your identity. It means developing spiritual wisdom, not just from understanding others, but from learning to hear your own voice beneath the noise. You don't need to stop being a bridge, but a bridge must be rooted at both ends. Your strength lies in your ability to unify, but your peace will come from inner anchoring. You already see the beauty in others. Now it's time to see it in yourself. Have you ever struggled to balance your many sides or felt torn between decisions? If you're type AB or simply resonate with the mediator's path, share your experience in the comments below. If you're ready to embrace your inner harmony, type "I choose clarity" so we can grow together on this journey. Six, Type O, the warrior, the hero. People with type O blood embody the warrior, the hero archetype. You are instinctively action-driven, always ready to charge ahead with confidence and clarity. Your presence commands attention because you radiate certainty. You're not the one to hesitate when decisions need to be made. You move forward with boldness, fueled by a primal energy that seems to have always lived inside you. Your strength lies in your leadership, your physical vitality, and your resilience in the face of adversity. You are the one others rely on in times of crisis, not because you seek to be the hero, but because you naturally become one. Yet beneath that strength lies a shadow. With such raw power comes the tendency to push too hard, too fast. Your impatience can make you dismiss the deeper layers of a situation. Your confidence, while admirable, can sometimes become stubbornness. You want clear answers, quick results, and forward movement, always forward. But not everything in life can be conquered through force or sheer willpower. Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is where your spiritual awakening begins. It begins not in action, but in reflection. True growth for the Type O spirit requires learning the art of stillness. Learning that power doesn't always mean speed or control. Sometimes it means sitting with your emotions, even when they make you uncomfortable. Sometimes it means listening more deeply, allowing complexity to breathe, and resisting the urge to fix everything instantly. Your journey is not about becoming less powerful. It's about refining that power so it becomes wise, not just strong. In daily life, this means noticing the moments when your energy wants to dominate and asking yourself, is this the right fight? Is this the right moment to act? Or is this the moment to wait? At work, in relationships, in times of stress, your calling is to transform instinct into intention. You're here to lead, not just with fire, but with depth. To choose not just boldness, but balance. And in doing so, you become not just the hero who wins battles, but the one who brings peace after the war. Have you ever embraced your inner warrior and truly led with both strength and heart? If you've ever tapped into your Type O energy, share your story in the comments below so others can be inspired. If not, comment, "I will rise," to begin awakening the hero within. Let's grow together. 7. Final message. Blood as a portal to individuation. Your blood type does not determine your fate. It only reveals your natural tendencies, like a compass pointing in a general direction, not a fixed destination. In the Jungian view, these biological markers align with archetypal energies that live deep within the collective unconscious. But to truly grow, you must move beyond these patterns. That is the path of individuation, the spiritual process of becoming whole by integrating all aspects of the self. You may have inherited certain traits through your blood, but it is your conscious choices, not your biology, that ultimately shape who you become. The moment you begin to observe your instincts without being enslaved by them is the moment transformation begins. Each blood type carries its own energetic imprint. Type A tends to crave order, harmony, and perfection, while Type B leans into curiosity, freedom, and creativity. Type O often embodies strength, resilience, and leadership, whereas Type AB lives between paradoxes, holding both logic and emotion. These qualities are not limitations. They are starting points for self-awareness. To awaken spiritually is to honor these natural energies while refusing to be defined by them. The key is to bring conscious light to what was once unconscious. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation means embracing both our patterns and our power to transcend them. When a type A individual learns to let go of control and accept imperfection, they move from anxiety to peace. When a type O leader chooses compassion over dominance, they shift from power to purpose. When a type AB stops living in duality and begins to integrate both their emotional and logical sides, they arrive at true inner harmony. These inner transformations mark milestones on the soul's journey toward wholeness. The blood within you becomes a symbolic teacher, not because it dictates your path, but because it reflects parts of yourself waiting to be seen. Just as dreams speak in images, your blood type speaks in tendencies, guiding you to look within. It is not an identity, but an invitation to awaken, to observe, and to choose something higher than default behavior. It reminds you that your spiritual awakening is not found in rejecting your nature, but in transcending it with awareness, intention, and love. You are not here to be ruled by unseen patterns. You are here to bring light to them. The sacred truth is this: your blood may carry whispers from the unconscious, but your soul carries the blueprint for your becoming. Listen deeply, move consciously, and let every drop of you point not to who you've been, but to who you're destined to become. To affirm your commitment to self-discovery and conscious growth, comment below, "I choose to evolve." Let this be your declaration that you are not bound by biology, but guided by soul. Your journey toward wholeness may inspire someone else to begin theirs. Thank you for joining us today on this journey into the deeper meaning of your blood type and how it may hold the keys to understanding your personality, your path, and even your spiritual growth. Carl Jung reminded us that true transformation begins with self-awareness, and perhaps even something as seemingly simple as your blood type can be a doorway to profound spiritual wisdom. If this message resonated with you, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an awakening insight from our upcoming videos. Until next time, stay curious, stay open, and always walk the path of inner truth. Carl Jung, The Burden of Intelligence and the Pain of Seeing Too Much. The ability to perceive more than others is both a gift and a burden. Carl Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." If you've ever felt the ache of seeing too deeply, sensing too much, or noticing what others ignore, you're not alone. Here on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the beautiful and painful truth of inner vision and how it shapes your life. This video isn't just about awareness, it's about honoring it. So as you watch, reflect on your own journey. Have you ever been told you feel too much or analyze everything? Share your story in the comments. Let's build a space where insight is not a curse, but a path to growth, peace, and purpose. 1. The invisible weight of perception. They say knowledge is power, but Carl Jung understood that awareness, when carried alone, can also be a burden, especially for men who see more than they're supposed to, feel deeper than they can express, and walk through the world with a mind tuned to what others miss. This isn't about arrogance or superiority. It's about the quiet spiritual weight that comes with heightened perception, something many men carry in silence. In the modern world, being a man who notices too much often makes you feel like a ghost in the room. You're present, but your insights don't land. You observe dynamics shifting before a word is spoken, sense the emotional currents under a smile, or recognize someone's pain behind their carefully composed success. You try to speak on it only to be met with blank stares, defensiveness, or accusations that you're too sensitive or reading into things. And slowly, over the years, you learn to carry your vision quietly, to edit your truth, to shrink your perception so it doesn't unsettle others. This is the invisible weight of perception, a psychological and spiritual awakening that sets you apart, but doesn't always feel like a gift. In fact, Jung noted that such individuals are often mistaken for loners or melancholics, not because they dislike others, but because they cannot connect in the way society expects. Their minds are busy decoding things unspoken, their hearts attuned to frequencies most never notice. And while others thrive in the noise of distraction, these men crave the silence where meaning lives. But here's the truth. That burden you carry isn't a flaw. It's a form of spiritual intelligence, a deep soul sight born from awareness. And yes, it can feel heavy, especially in a culture that rewards surface-level conversation and punishes emotional depth in men. But what if your clarity isn't meant to isolate you? What if it's meant to anchor you, to remind you that you're not broken, but awakened? You're not too much. You're precisely what this world needs more of. Grounded men who think, feel, discern, and lead with presence. Men who don't run from complexity, but lean into it. Men who understand that spiritual awakening isn't all light and bliss. It's also carrying the fire of truth when others still choose the comfort of illusion. If you've ever sat in a room full of laughter and felt the quiet ache of misalignment, if you've ever offered insight and been met with resistance instead of reflection, know this: you are not alone. There's a tribe of awakened men walking this same path. Men who've chosen awareness over conformity, who've endured misunderstanding to live aligned with their truth. So what can you do with this kind of perception? First, honor it. Stop minimizing your intuition, your emotional depth, or your intellect. These are strengths, not weaknesses. Second, create space for genuine connection. Not everyone will get you, and that's okay, but some will. And those few will remind you that your burden is, in fact, a gift. Third, turn your awareness inward. Use your clarity to heal, to grow, to release outdated beliefs about masculinity that no longer serve you. Jung believed individuation, the journey of becoming your true self, was the highest form of spiritual evolution. And your pain, your detachment, your insights, they are the sacred flames guiding you home. So don't dim your light to fit in. Refine it. Aim it. Let it cut through illusion and reveal truth. Your spiritual awakening may begin in solitude, but it doesn't have to end there. Let it be the bridge between your inner world and a life of purpose, power, and peace. Because true power is not about how much you carry, but how deeply you look and how boldly you live from that vision. If you resonate with this message, comment below. I embrace this energy. 2. The pain of silence and self-shrinking. There's a deep ache that comes from knowing too much and being unable to speak it. Carl Jung once warned that when we silence ourselves just to belong, we risk losing who we truly are. This is the quiet grief of many highly intelligent and spiritually sensitive people, the burden not of ignorance, but of awareness. You begin to notice the subtle lies people tell to get by, the roles they play to survive, and how often truth is treated as an intruder. And so, little by little, you learn to stay quiet. You hide your insights, bite your tongue, and shrink your presence so others won't feel uncomfortable. But what happens when you do that for too long? When you continuously deny your own depth, you don't just lose connection with others, you begin to lose connection with your own soul. This slow erosion of authenticity can feel like a spiritual exile. You're present, but not really here. You're alive, but not truly living. You begin to dim your light so others don't feel blinded, but in doing so, you also lose the warmth that keeps your own spirit alive. Think about someone you know, or maybe it's you, who constantly downplays their intelligence or intuition just to be accepted. Have you ever held back a truth because you feared how others might react? This happens all the time in the workplace, in families, even in friendships. A man I once spoke with was a gifted designer. He had a rare ability to sense what a project truly needed before it was obvious to anyone else. But every time he spoke up, his coworkers dismissed him or rolled their eyes. Over time, he stopped contributing. He told me, "It's easier to let them fail than to keep feeling like a threat." What struck me most wasn't the frustration in his voice. It was the deep sadness, the resignation, the way his light had dimmed, not out of failure, but fatigue. This is the pain of shrinking yourself. This is what happens when spirituality and insight go unrecognized in a world that worships surface and speed. But here's the truth. You weren't given deep vision and spiritual growth just to hide it. Your sensitivity, your insight, your inner knowing, they're not burdens. They're bridges. They were never meant to isolate you, but to guide others. The real challenge isn't seeing too much. It's learning how to stay whole in a world that asks you to fragment. And that's where spiritual growth becomes not just helpful, but essential. It helps you reclaim the parts you abandoned, speak the truths you silenced, and live not in fear of rejection, but in alignment with your deeper self. So let me ask you this. Where in your life have you been shrinking to stay safe? And what would happen if you stopped? If you decided today to honor your insight instead of suppress it, how would your world begin to shift? The greatest spiritual leaders don't blend in. They stand out. They endure the discomfort of honesty and the loneliness of clarity because they know it's worth it. And you too are being called to rise not only in knowledge, but in presence. The next time you feel like being silent, stop, breathe, and choose to speak your truth with love and power. Because your voice, your truth, your spiritual clarity is not so much. It is the medicine others may be waiting for. Spread this wonderful energy by commenting below. This woke people up. 3. The Thema and Animus, inner archetypes that haunt and heal. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And nowhere is this more evident than in his profound concept of the Thema and Animus, the inner archetypes that silently shape how we love, how we fight, and how we see ourselves. According to Jung's spiritual wisdom, every man carries within him an anima, a feminine energy that speaks in symbols, dreams, and emotions. Likewise, every woman carries an animus, a masculine force that speaks in thoughts, judgments, and ideals. These aren't just poetic notions. They are deeply embedded patterns in your psyche, spiritual forces that either quietly empower you or secretly sabotage you. Have you ever felt an intense attraction to someone you barely knew? or reacted with overwhelming emotion to something seemingly small. That might not be random. It could be your unconscious anima or animus projecting inner wounds, unmet needs, or unresolved patterns onto others. The real question is, how often are you truly seeing the person in front of you? And how often are you just seeing your inner world reflected back? When left unexamined, these archetypes can create chaos. A man possessed by his unconscious anima may become overly emotional, passive-aggressive, or drawn to emotionally unavailable partners, chasing what feels like love, but is really a reflection of his own unintegrated inner world. A woman possessed by her unconscious animus may become rigid in her thinking, overly critical, or emotionally distant, mistaking control for strength and mistaking independence for invulnerability. Jung did not romanticize these forces. In fact, he warned us clearly, saying these inner figures have a kind of fatality when ignored. They can wreck relationships, shatter confidence, and create cycles of suffering that repeat across generations. But here's the spiritual wisdom. These same forces, when faced and integrated, become powerful guides toward inner transformation. The anima can teach a man to embrace vulnerability, creativity, and deep emotional connection. The animus can help a woman access clarity, purpose, and authentic strength, not from rebellion, but from soul-aligned truth. It's not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming whole. When you start to notice these inner voices and challenge the ways they've shaped your desires and fears, you begin to reclaim your true self. And in that process, your relationships evolve too, no longer driven by unconscious need or projection, but by conscious presence. You begin to love not for what someone gives you, but for who they are. You argue not to win, but to understand. You no longer seek completion in another, because you've started to remember your own inner balance. Doesn't that sound like real spiritual awakening? So let me ask you, what are the patterns you keep repeating in love, in conflict, in your self-talk? Could it be that an inner figure, an anima or animus, has been silently steering your life? And if so, what would change if you finally turned to face it with awareness, curiosity, and compassion? You don't have to fight it. You don't have to exile it. You can learn from it. That is the gift Carl Jung left us, the roadmap to turning inner burdens into bridges and unconscious pain into conscious growth. This is not just psychology, it's spiritual wisdom that invites you to awaken from within. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 4. The Cassandra curse, knowing too much too soon. They called her Cassandra, the ancient prophetess cursed to always tell the truth, but never be believed. And perhaps you felt a bit like her too. You see what others can't, feel storms before they gather, sense betrayals before they break. It's not paranoia, it's perception. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, understood this deeply. He once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." An awakening, my friend, is rarely comfortable. In fact, it can be a lonely road. When your spiritual awakening sharpens your awareness and pulls you ahead of the crowd, people don't always celebrate that. They question you. They push back. They tell you to stop overthinking, to lighten up. But inside, you know something real is happening. You're not unstable. You're ahead of your time. And like Cassandra, you carry the burden of seeing too much too soon. What many call anxiety or intensity is often just unrecognized insight. You see patterns, financial shifts, relationship breakdowns, emotional spirals before they show up in the physical world. It's like being a few chapters ahead in a book that everyone else is still just beginning. But what happens when you try to speak up? You get labeled dramatic, negative, even arrogant. And that's the real curse, not the vision itself, but the isolation it creates. You're not just managing what you know. You're managing how others react to your knowledge. This is especially hard for men between 30 and 65 men who have responsibilities, families, careers, because the world often doesn't leave room for them to express emotional intelligence or intuitive perception. But denying it doesn't make it disappear. It just buries your gifts under layers of silence, frustration, or worse, self-doubt. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that awareness is a form of leadership. And in many ways, those with deep perception are spiritual scouts for the tribe. You walk ahead. You light the path. But you also take the hits first. It's no wonder you feel exhausted at times, or tempted to turn it off. But you can't, can you? Because the truth keeps knocking, and the soul keeps listening. This is the pain of awakening, not just waking up, but doing so while the rest of the world still sleeps. Still, there's beauty in this burden, because eventually, someone listens. Someone sees the trail you've blazed, and your once dismissed warnings become someone else's salvation. So the next time you feel the ache of knowing too much too soon, remember this: you were not cursed, you were chosen. Chosen to hold the uncomfortable truths, to speak them anyway, and to stand in your clarity even when others don't understand it yet. This is your spiritual strength, not your flaw. And the more you learn to trust it, the more peace you'll find in walking your own way. Now let me ask you, have you ever been dismissed for sensing the truth before others? If so, you're not alone. And your voice, no matter how long it's been silenced, still matters. Let it rise. Let it lead. Because your spiritual awakening isn't a mistake, it's your calling. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 5. The King and the Poisoned Well. Fitting in versus staying true. Have you ever felt the tension between belonging and being true to yourself? Let me share with you a powerful parable, the story of the wise king and the poisoned well. In this tale, the kingdom's water supply becomes tainted, driving the people to madness. The wise king, having his own clean source, remains sane, but quickly becomes seen as the outsider, the strange one. To avoid exile, he eventually drinks from the same poisoned well as the people, just to be accepted again. Now ask yourself, how many times in your life have you been tempted to drink from the poisoned well? Carl Jung saw this not as a myth, but as a deeply symbolic reflection of what happens when individuals with deep perception face the pressure to fit in. In today's world, that pressure is everywhere. Whether it's toning down your insights in meetings, pretending not to see the cracks in relationships, or staying silent about what you truly feel, the inner conflict is real. Do you conform to keep your place in the group, or do you risk isolation by speaking the truth that only you can see? Jung believed that spiritual growth demands something rare solitude honesty with oneself, and the courage to walk the lonely path of individuation. He warned that the moment we betray what we know to be true inside just to avoid being different, we begin to lose ourselves. And the irony? The more awakened your vision, the lonelier the path may seem at first. But the reward is clarity, alignment, and the peace of knowing that your life is built on truth, not performance. Think of the entrepreneur who senses a deeper purpose behind his business but is mocked for slowing down to reflect. Or the woman who sees through family dysfunction yet stays silent to keep the peace. Or the teenager who senses the emptiness behind social media validation but fears being seen as strange if they step back. These are modern-day kings and queens facing the poisoned well. So let me ask you, where in your life are you sipping from a well that no longer nourishes your spirit? Where have you traded truth for acceptance, and how is that affecting your peace? The spiritual path is not always about escaping the world, but about transforming your place in it. Jung taught that individuation, the development of your truest self, is the soul's deepest purpose. And it begins when you stop apologizing for your clarity, when you stop shrinking away to fit in, and when you begin to honor your own vision, no matter how misunderstood it may seem. Yes, you may feel alone at first, but what you are really doing is clearing the fog so that others can finally see. Show your determination on this journey by commenting below. I keep moving forward. 6. The quiet cost of clarity. Have you ever felt like you were carrying the weight of truths no one else could see? Like you're the only one in the room who notices the emotional undercurrents, the unspoken tensions, the subtle betrayals that others seem to overlook or pretend not to feel. This is the quiet cost of clarity. To see deeply is not just a gift, it's a spiritual burden, especially when you're tuned into the world on an invisible frequency. You feel shifts in energy, sense what's left unsaid, and pick up on emotional truths long before they're ever spoken aloud. But the real pain doesn't come from what you notice. It comes from having to pretend that you didn't. You smile, nod, and carry conversations like everyone else, while your inner world screams with knowledge that no one has invited you to share. Over time, this spiritual dissonance between what you know and what you must conceal begins to wear you down. It leads to emotional exhaustion, grief, and sometimes even a loss of identity. Who are you, after all, when your truth is constantly muted? Carl Jung, a pioneer of spiritual wisdom and depth psychology, once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." And in that single sentence, he captures the soul ache of many intuitive and intelligent people. Because when the world only praises your mask, your ability to blend in, to be agreeable, to not disrupt the social order, it ends up ignoring your true essence. You become celebrated for your silence rather than your insight, for your adaptation rather than your authenticity. This is why spiritual awakening often feels like both a blessing and a rupture. You begin to see the beauty and the brokenness in everything, including yourself. But here's the question I want to ask you. What do you do with what you see? Do you hide it away, numb yourself, and try to return to normal? Or do you honor your vision, your sensitivity, your truth, even if the world doesn't? Because the more you suppress your inner knowing, the more you drift away from your core. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that clarity is not just about seeing what others miss. It's about having the courage to live from what you see, It's about trusting that your insight isn't a flaw, but a form of guidance, not only for yourself, but perhaps for others who are still lost in the fog. So if you're someone who sees deeply and feels too much, maybe your role isn't to be understood by everyone, but to understand yourself deeply enough that you no longer need external permission to be whole. After all, as Jung also said, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. And in that awakening, you just might discover that your burden was never meant to break you. It was meant to lead you. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 7. The burden as a beacon. From suffering to leadership. Have you ever felt like your awareness is both a blessing and a burden? Carl Jung once described the process of individuation not just as a path to self-understanding, but as a spiritual awakening, an alchemical transformation of pain into power. If you've lived with the weight of deep perception, seeing through lies, feeling truths others ignore, recognizing the spiritual fractures in conversations that seem surface level, then you've likely carried that burden in silence. But what if that very burden wasn't just meant to isolate you, but to awaken you? What if it's not just a weight, but a key to something bigger than yourself? You see, the journey towards spiritual leadership doesn't begin with applause or clarity. It starts with confusion, isolation, and often unbearable sensitivity. But here's the truth. When you stop apologizing for your intensity, when you stop dimming your light just to fit into rooms too small for your soul, something shifts. You begin to see that your depth is not a defect, it's a direction. And when you honor that truth with courage, your very presence becomes a lantern in the dark for others walking the same path. The burden, once your private wilderness, transforms into a bridge, a place where your lived experiences, your wounds, and your wisdom meet the longing of others for guidance and truth. And this is where the pain takes on purpose. Because through your spiritual awakening, you no longer lead with answers, but with presence. You no longer chase approval, but attract resonance. You draw in people who aren't intimidated by your clarity, but drawn to it. The moment you fully accept your role not as someone who fixes, but someone who reflects, is the moment your suffering becomes sacred. And in today's modern world, where distractions scream louder than inner truths, we need more men who lead from that place. We need more men who have seen too much, felt too deeply, and still choose to walk with compassion instead of bitterness. So I ask you, how would your life change if you stopped seeing your burden as a curse and started seeing it as your calling? How would your relationship shift if you spoke your truth, not for validation, but as an offering? This isn't about perfection or pretending to have it all figured out. It's about stepping into spiritual maturity with authenticity, grounded in the knowledge that leadership isn't about being followed, but about being real. Jung's wisdom teaches us that when you embrace the full spectrum of your inner life, the shadows and the light you become not just healed, but whole. And wholeness is magnetic. It doesn't demand attention, it inspires it. So if you're a man in your 30s, 40s, 50s, or 60s carrying that quiet knowing in your bones, know this: your journey matters. Your spiritual burden is not the end of your story, it's the beginning of your legacy. Let it be the reason others find the courage to begin theirs. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. As we close this journey into Carl Jung, the burden of intelligence and the pain of seeing too much, remember that your depth, your sensitivity, and your inner knowing are not flaws to be hidden, but gifts meant to guide others home. What once felt like isolation may now become your greatest connection. This video is your reminder that your light was never just a burden. It was always the beginning of something sacred. If this message resonated with you, drop a word in the comments, perhaps awake, seen, or ready. Let someone else scrolling in silence know they're not alone. And if this spoke to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay with Spiritual Wisdom for more insights to support your personal growth and happiness every step of the way. Carl Jung exposes why someone is always on your mind. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever wondered why a certain person keeps showing up in your thoughts even when you've tried to move on? In today's episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we dive into Jung's profound insight on how the unconscious mind uses memory, emotion, and energy to deliver messages our conscious mind often overlooks. This isn't just about obsession. It's about spiritual growth and uncovering what your soul is really trying to say. Share in the comments. Who's been on your mind lately, and what do you think your soul is trying to reveal through them? Let's explore together. 1. Lingering thoughts aren't random. You may believe you've moved on. You've deleted their number, blocked their profile, filled your schedule, and convinced yourself you're over it. Yet, in quiet moments, when you're lying in bed, walking alone, or hearing that one song they return, not in body, but in thought, their memory lingers like a shadow, subtle yet persistent. And no matter how much time passes or how distracted you stay, they resurface. Carl Jung taught that nothing arising from the unconscious is ever random. If someone continues to appear in your mind, it's not because you're stuck, it's because your soul is trying to speak. They are not just a memory, they are a symbol. In Jungian thought, people who persist in our minds often serve as projections mirrors, reflecting something hidden within us. Maybe they remind you of a moment when you felt truly seen. Maybe they represent the validation you once craved, or the abandonment you've never fully healed from. The mind doesn't return to someone without reason. There's a deeper meaning trying to emerge beneath the emotion, one rooted in spiritual wisdom. When the psyche brings someone back to the forefront, it's offering you a thread, an invitation to follow it inward. Their presence isn't about who they are now. It's about what they awakened in you, parts of your inner self that were touched, triggered, or transformed. The feelings you associate with them, whether longing, regret, resentment, or yearning, are not attached to their physical being. They belong to your inner world, and your inner world is trying to be seen. Often, it is the emotional echo of the past that returns, asking for acknowledgement, not repetition. Sometimes we confuse persistence with fate. We believe the mind's obsession means unfinished destiny. But in spiritual wisdom, what repeats is not always meant to be rekindled. It's meant to be reconciled. That person may have served their purpose already. Their lingering presence could be the residue of an emotional pattern you've outgrown, or a wound asking to be finally healed through self-reflection, not reunion. You're not meant to chase them. You're meant to understand what they represent. Jung emphasized that healing happens when the unconscious becomes conscious. So instead of asking why you can't stop thinking about them, ask what their presence is trying to teach you. What unmet need do they symbolize? What part of you was activated in their presence that still seeks your attention now? When you shift the focus from them to you reclaim your power. You stop being haunted and start becoming whole. The truth is, your mind is not betraying you. It's guiding you. Your thoughts are not proof of weakness. They are whispers of unfinished wisdom. And when you finally listen, when you follow the thread inward, you discover that the one you couldn't stop thinking about was never the end goal. They were the mirror that led you back to yourself. If this message resonated with something deep within you, trust that it's not by accident. According to Jung, lingering thoughts are messengers from the unconscious, not coincidences. If you're ready to explore what your soul is really trying to say, comment below. I trust the wisdom within me. 2. The power of the unconscious mind. When someone keeps coming to mind, no matter how hard you try to forget them, it's not just nostalgia, it's your unconscious mind trying to communicate with you. Carl Jung believed that nothing in the psyche is random. Every lingering thought, every familiar face that reappears in your dreams or memories holds symbolic meaning. The unconscious stores what we haven't fully processed, unresolved emotions, old wounds, and the parts of ourselves we've buried under responsibility, routine, or fear. These people who come to mind again and again aren't necessarily about love or longing. They are mirrors. They reflect unmet needs, unfinished lessons, or pieces of your identity that are trying to return home. You may have told yourself that it's just a passing thought, something meaningless that time will erase. But spiritual wisdom tells us otherwise. The more you try to suppress a message from the soul, the louder it becomes. That person isn't haunting you. They're representing something sacred that still needs your attention. It could be the version of you that was once alive when they were around, more passionate, more spontaneous, more hopeful. Or maybe they remind you of a time when you felt deeply seen. Your unconscious doesn't care about the facts of the past. It works in symbols, emotions, energy. And until you decode the message, the symbol remains active. Take Lara, for example. She hadn't spoken to her college ex-boyfriend in over a decade. She was in a new relationship, had a thriving career, and yet he still appeared in her thoughts. At first, she dismissed it as emotional residue, but it kept happening. After some inner work, she realized she didn't miss him. She missed the version of herself who believed anything was possible. That person, once full of dreams and creativity, had become buried beneath years of perfectionism and burnout. Her mind wasn't calling for a reunion. It was calling for a return to her own spirit. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that when we ignore the unconscious, it doesn't go away. It takes control. We start repeating patterns, attracting the same emotional dynamics, or feeling empty without knowing why. Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When someone lives rent-free in your mind, it might be your soul inviting you to reclaim something powerful, tender, or forgotten. That person is a message wrapped in memory. Stop trying to forget. Start trying to listen. Let the thought lead you inward. Ask, what am I avoiding? What does this memory awaken in me? What part of myself is being mirrored through them? Only when you face these questions with honesty can you finally feel peace. This is not about romantic longing. This is about self-retrieval. The person is simply a symbol, and when you honor what they represent, the emotional hold begins to dissolve. Not because they disappeared, but because you finally understood what your unconscious was trying to say. Have you ever listened to what your unconscious mind is trying to tell you? If you've had an experience where a memory or person kept resurfacing, share it in the comments below. It might help someone else feel seen. If not, simply comment, "I'm ready to listen," and begin this powerful journey within. 3. Projection. Seeing yourself in them. Carl Jung believed that what we see in others often says more about ourselves than about them. His concept of projection reveals a powerful truth. When someone stays on your mind, it's often not because of who they are, but because of what they symbolize within you. It's not their personality, their presence, or even your shared memories that haunt you. It's your own inner material, your unexpressed desires, repressed emotions, disowned strengths projected onto their image. They become a mirror, not a memory. You're not thinking about them. You're thinking about the freedom they radiated when you felt caged, the emotional depth they embodied when you were still guarding your heart, the confidence they carried while you questioned your worth. What keeps them alive in your thoughts is not love or longing. It's an unmet part of yourself begging to return. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's why the mind keeps circling back to certain people. It's not fate, it's a message, a signpost, an invitation to awaken. And here lies the spiritual wisdom. Your mind is not betraying you by remembering them. Your soul is trying to help you find yourself. That persistent thought, the recurring dream, the random emotional wave, they're not warnings to go back. They're signals pointing inward, toward self-integration. The other person is just a symbol, a sacred reflection of something you've left behind or refused to accept. They may embody your lost voice, your abandoned creativity, your fearless innocence. This is not obsession. This is the beginning of spiritual awakening. The unconscious doesn't waste energy. It sends you the same message until you listen. So the real question isn't, why can't I stop thinking about them? It's, what part of me have I forgotten, rejected, or feared to reclaim? That's the key. That's the breakthrough. Because once you stop chasing the ghost of someone else and start reclaiming the parts of yourself they reflect, you return to wholeness. You stop waiting for them to come back and start inviting yourself to come home. You realize the relationship was never just about them. It was always about what you needed to see in you. And that is the true miracle behind the mind's fixation. It's not madness. It's a map, a path back to your essence. In that clarity, the emotional grip loosens. You forgive them, not because they need it, but because you no longer need to hold on. You thank them not for what they gave you, but for what they revealed. And slowly, you step into your light, whole and awake, no longer searching outside for what was always waiting within. Are you ready to reclaim the parts of yourself you've projected onto others? If so, comment below. I see myself clearly to begin this journey of self-awareness and healing. Let's transform reflection into realization together. 4. Shadow projections and emotional triggers. Some people leave a mark on your mind not because they were special, but because they triggered something deep, something unresolved within you. Carl Jung understood that these people are not random. They're mirrors. When someone stirs up your emotions through abandonment, betrayal, or rejection, they are often activating a hidden wound already inside you. It's not about the person themselves. It's about what they represent. A doorway to the parts of you that feel unworthy, forgotten, or unseen. These people act like emotional alarms, calling your attention to the parts of your psyche that still need your love, your awareness, your healing. This is the nature of shadow projection. Jung taught that what you don't bring into the light of consciousness will continue to run your life, and you'll mistake it for fate. So if you find yourself obsessing over someone, even though logic tells you it's over, realize that your fixation is not love. It's a wound searching for resolution. Your mind replays that connection not because it wants that person back, but because it's still trying to process what that person revealed. The loop continues because the pain remains misunderstood, unintegrated, and until you bring clarity to the wound, your unconscious will keep reaching out through memory, through longing, through thought. This cycle is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that triggers are sacred teachers. They show you where you are still fragmented, and that person who lingers in your thoughts, they are the symbol of a deeper story, a story that began long before them. Maybe it was the parent who made you feel invisible. Maybe it was a childhood moment where you learned that love must be earned. Whatever the origin, the emotional pain isn't new. It's just been awakened. And now, you are being given the chance to face it. When you start to ask, why am I so attached to someone who hurt me? You're not weak, you're waking up. This is the beginning of spiritual awakening, when you stop blaming others and start listening to your inner signals. Each trigger becomes a compass pointing inward. Each emotional echo is an opportunity to reclaim your lost pieces. You are not obsessed with them. You are being pulled toward yourself. The healing doesn't lie in forgetting them. It lies in understanding why they appeared in your life and what they were meant to teach. This journey isn't about erasing the past. It's about transforming your relationship with it. Spiritual wisdom reminds you that the mind loops when the soul is trying to be heard. And when you truly hear it, when you embrace the pain, not as punishment, but as guidance, then the memory loses its grip. Not because it's gone, but because it has been alchemized into truth. You become free, not when they leave your thoughts, but when you no longer abandon yourself, trying to hold on to them. If this message resonated with a part of you that's been silently hurting, don't ignore it. Leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. In the comments, affirm your healing by writing, "I am ready to face my emotional wounds and grow." 5. Archetypes and soul-level attachments. Carl Jung believed that our deep attachments often have less to do with the person in front of us and more to do with ancient patterns alive within our psyche. He called these patterns archetypes, universal energies, like the anima, the inner feminine in men, and the animus, the inner masculine in women. These forces shape how we perceive, desire, and connect. When someone awakens an archetype within us, the experience can feel overwhelming, almost mythic. It's as if they were destined to cross our path, not because of who they are on the surface, but because of what they trigger in our unconscious. These connections are rarely random. Long before this person entered your life, the pattern they activated was already inside you, waiting to be stirred. That's why the bond feels magnetic, inexplicable, and difficult to sever. It's not about the relationship itself. It's about what they represent to your soul. They become a mirror for your inner yearning, your unresolved wounds, or your spiritual hunger for wholeness. The moment they appear, they don't just attract you, they activate you. Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that we don't just fall in love with people we fall into, parts of ourselves we haven't met yet. A man who awakens your inner fire may be reflecting your animus, your need to embody confidence, structure, or direction. A woman who stirs your deepest emotions might be invoking your anima, your call to embrace softness, receptivity, or inner peace. These archetypes demand integration. That's why certain connections feel like initiations, because they are. In today's world, it's easy to confuse emotional intensity with true connection. But Jung reminds us that what matters is not how long someone stays, but how deeply they awaken you. A brief encounter can leave a lifelong imprint if it touches the archetypal layer of your being. The longing that follows isn't always a sign you've lost something. It's often a call to explore what within you still longs to be healed, reclaimed, or expressed. So if someone is constantly on your mind, it doesn't always mean you're meant to be with them. It may mean your unconscious is urging you to pay attention. What are they showing you about your inner landscape? What archetype are they embodying? What shadow, wound, or gift are they awakening? When you begin to ask these questions, the obsession softens and the clarity deepens. The true spiritual journey, Jung would say, is not about possessing the other. It's about becoming whole within yourself. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, recognizing that every soul who enters your life, whether they stay or leave, is part of your greater awakening. The goal is not to cling to the symbol, but to follow it back to the source of your own inner transformation. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a comment below. I honor the sacred patterns shaping my love. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this on your journey of awakening and self-discovery. 6. Unhealed wounds hold you hostage. When someone keeps showing up in your mind, even after time has passed, it's not just nostalgia or random memory. It's your psyche trying to tell you something important. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That person you're thinking about may not be the point at all. They may simply be the reflection of a wound still open within you. These recurring thoughts are emotional signals, just like physical pain alerts you to injury. When your mind won't let someone go, it's because something inside you hasn't been fully seen, felt, or healed. You might assume closure comes from the other person, an apology, a conversation, or even just seeing them one last time. But true closure comes from within. It comes when you're brave enough to ask, what part of me still hurts? Maybe it's not even about the person, but about the way they made you feel worthy, wanted, alive. And maybe what you're truly longing for is the version of yourself that existed in that moment. That's where healing begins. That's where spiritual awakening takes root, not in forgetting someone, but in rediscovering the pieces of yourself that were buried in that connection. Unhealed wounds operate like anchors. They tether your thoughts, your energy, and even your spirit to the past. The mind replays the same scenes, not to torment you, but to nudge you toward healing. And if you ignore it, if you keep distracting yourself or pretending you've moved on, the reminders only grow louder. But once you stop running from the discomfort and start listening to it with compassion, everything changes. You begin to see the thought not as a curse, but as a key and entry point to your inner truth. Spiritual growth isn't about detaching from feelings. It's about understanding them, integrating them, and learning from them. If someone keeps returning to your thoughts, it's not because you're weak or broken. It's because a part of your soul is trying to awaken through that experience. Your mind isn't haunted by them. It's haunted by what was left unsaid, unfelt, or unhealed. And the only way out is through the wound, through the grief, through the longing. So next time their name echoes in your mind, pause. Don't fight it. Ask yourself, what part of me are they reflecting? In that question lies the power to stop seeking closure from the outside and begin the real journey inward. That's not obsession. It's the sacred calling of your inner self, asking to be remembered, restored, and reclaimed. This is where your transformation begins. This is the quiet, beautiful pain of a soul that's finally waking up. If this message resonates with you, type "I choose to heal" in the comments to affirm your courage and self-awareness. Remember, healing begins when you stop seeking closure from others and start listening to your own soul. Let's walk this path of growth together. 7. The shadow self. The part you avoid. The shadow is everything you've rejected, denied, or disowned in yourself. Not just your anger or fear, but even your unexpressed strength, your quiet jealousy, your hidden longing to be seen. These parts don't disappear. They go underground. They settle into the unconscious and begin to shape your relationships, your emotional triggers, and even your obsessions. When Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate," he wasn't speaking metaphorically. He was exposing the truth of human behavior. What you bury in the dark will eventually show up in someone else. That person, you can't stop thinking about the one who lingers in your mind long after they've left your life, might not just be a memory. They might be a mirror. Their presence haunts you not because of who they are, but because of what they reflect. Perhaps they triggered a part of you you've tried to silence. Perhaps they stirred up an emotion you didn't want to feel, or showed you something you needed to confront. Emotional intensity doesn't come from the surface. It comes from depth, from resonance. The more intense the reaction, the closer you are to something buried within. In spiritual wisdom, this is not a coincidence. It is an invitation. When someone provokes a powerful emotional response in you, they are awakening a dormant part of your psyche. This is how the unconscious speaks through projection, through attraction, through discomfort. You may tell yourself it's love, or hate or nostalgia. But more often, it's recognition. That person carries a piece of your forgotten self, and your soul is trying to retrieve it. Jung taught that healing begins the moment we stop blaming the external and start listening to the internal. This means asking deeper questions, not why do they affect me so much, but what part of me is being shown through them. Every fixation, every emotional echo is the psyche's way of pulling you inward. And when you follow it, when you stay with the discomfort instead of running from it, you begin to integrate. You begin to reclaim the fragments of yourself scattered in past experiences, old wounds, and unspoken desires. This is the sacred process of spiritual awakening. It's not about erasing thoughts or detaching from emotion. It's about allowing those emotions to guide you into the parts of yourself that are still waiting to be seen. The people who affect us the most are often soul messengers. Their role is not to stay, but to stir. They come to awaken what you've forgotten, to provoke what you've avoided, and to activate what you're ready to heal. So if someone is always on your mind, don't rush to forget them. Sit with the feeling. Trace it back. Follow it like a thread, because they might be pointing you toward the most powerful truth of all, that everything you seek, everything that calls out to you, is already within you, waiting to be owned, honored, and finally made whole. Comment below, I'm ready to face my shadow, if you're committed to healing the parts of yourself you've buried for too long. Let this be the start of deep inner transformation. 8. Individuation, the path to freedom. True healing is not about forgetting. It's about remembering wisely, integrating every lesson, and calling back the parts of yourself you once gave away. Carl Jung called this process of individuation the sacred path of becoming whole. It's not about cutting people out or pretending certain chapters didn't shape you. Instead, it's about facing what was disowned, what was feared, and what was projected onto others, and taking radical responsibility for your inner world. When someone stays on your mind long after they've left your life, it's not always about them. It's about the part of you they represent. Maybe they mirrored your insecurity, your longing for approval, or your forgotten worth. The mind doesn't cling to people without reason. As Jung believed, nothing in the unconscious is random. The persistent image of someone in your psyche is often your soul's way of pointing you toward the healing you've been avoiding. Consider the case of a woman who tried everything to forget a past relationship. She traveled, meditated, blocked his number, and forced herself to smile through the ache. Yet late at night, he would still appear in her thoughts like a flicker of memory that refused to die. It wasn't because she missed him. It was because he carried something she had lost, a version of herself that felt seen and alive. She didn't need him back. She needed her back. This is the core of individuation. To let go, you must first understand what you projected. Did they carry your joy, your self-worth, your desire to be chosen? When you reclaim those qualities and hold them for yourself, the emotional charge dissolves. Carl Jung reminded us that until we make the unconscious conscious, it will control our lives, and we'll call it fate. If you don't recognize the deeper meaning of your attachment, you will keep attracting the same lesson in different forms. That person on your mind is a symbol. They are a teacher disguised as a memory. The real question is not, why can't I forget them? But what are they trying to show me about myself? When you extract the lesson and reintegrate the part of you that was missing, you don't just release them, you elevate. You stop giving your power to someone else and return it to your center. This is what spiritual wisdom teaches us. That true release doesn't happen when we push people out, but when we finally bring ourselves in. Healing is not suppression, it is reclamation. And the ones who linger in your thoughts the longest are often the ones who came to awaken you the most. If this message speaks to your soul, comment below with faith. I reclaim my wholeness. I am free. Your journey of individuation is sacred. Own every part of it. 9. Reclaiming your power. Instead of endlessly asking why you can't forget them, ask yourself what part of you still longs to be reclaimed. The truth is, they were never the missing piece. You are. You've always been. That restless feeling inside, that ache you can't name. It's not about them. It's about the power you handed over without realizing it. That memory, that ghost of a connection, is simply your soul trying to lead you home. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The person who lingers in your thoughts isn't a mistake or an accident. They're a mirror, a reflection of a deeper emotional truth you've buried. When you obsess, when you replay the same scenes in your mind, it's not just nostalgia, it's a spiritual awakening in disguise. The mind clings to them because your soul is calling you back to yourself. You were never truly haunted by them. You were being summoned. Summoned to heal. Summoned to recognize the projections you cast, the archetypes you fell into, the wounds that were never fully acknowledged. Every relationship we form carries unconscious meaning. Sometimes people appear in our lives not to stay, but to stir. They stir the waters so you can see what lies at the bottom. And now that the water is clear, you're not drowning, you're awakening. Peace doesn't come when they return. Peace comes when you finally stop chasing them and start choosing yourself. You reclaim your power the moment you recognize that you were not incomplete. They were simply a symbol, a placeholder for the part of you that still wanted to be chosen. But now you see clearly, and in that clarity, you no longer need them to remember your worth. This is not about letting go of a person. It's about letting go of the illusion that you ever needed someone else to validate your existence. That silence you feel now, it isn't emptiness. It's sacred space. It's the sound of your soul beginning to speak louder than your wounds. It's the gentle hum of wholeness returning. This is what a true spiritual awakening feels like. Quiet, uncomfortable, yet profoundly liberating. Now that you understand the nature of the attachment, now that you've seen your own patterns and projections, you are ready to walk forward freely. Not to forget them, but to finally remember yourself. Not to rewrite the story, but to reclaim the author's pen. This journey has always been inward. They were just the catalyst. And you are the revolution. To affirm your return to your own power, leave a comment below. I reclaim my energy. Your journey isn't about holding on. It's about coming home to yourself. Let your words be a reminder that you are no longer searching outside for what has always lived within. So, the next time someone lingers in your thoughts, don't rush to dismiss it. Instead, pause and ask what your soul is trying to reveal through their presence. As Carl Jung taught us, what appears to be about them is often a reflection of something unresolved within us. This is not obsession, it's a message from the unconscious. If today's video offered you clarity or a new perspective, let us know in the comments. And if you found this insight valuable, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on self-awareness, transformation, and the deep language of the soul. Until next time, stay mindful, stay open, and trust the wisdom within. What happens when you have the 7 marks of the chosen ones? Many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew 22:14. This timeless truth speaks directly to those who carry the hidden marks of a higher purpose. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we're exploring the 7 powerful signs that reveal whether you are one of the chosen ones. These are not just traits, they're spiritual instructions that, when understood and lived daily, can lead to personal growth, inner peace, and a life of divine alignment. As you listen, ask yourself, which of these marks do I carry? Don't forget to share your experience in the comments below and connect with others on this sacred path. Let's begin. 1. Unshakable inner knowing. There is a quiet force within you that no one taught you to trust, but you always have. It's that spiritual knowing, that deep pull in your chest that tells you you're here for more. Not more in the material sense, but more in purpose, more in truth, more in impact. Even when you couldn't explain it, even when the world demanded proof, something inside you whispered, "Keep going. This matters." That whisper was not random. It was revelation. You've walked through life carrying a compass that others couldn't see. Where most need external confirmation, you've relied on the soft, unwavering voice within. And even when it led you down paths filled with uncertainty or isolation, you followed it anyway. Because something in your spirit always knew. This inner guidance wasn't just instinct, it was divine instruction. You've made choices that others didn't understand. You've turned down comfort for growth, walked away from what looked good in favor of what felt true. And when people questioned you, when they said you were unrealistic, dramatic, or naive, you didn't collapse. You listened inward, not outward. And the voice within told you that obedience to your calling was more important than approval from the crowd. That is the mark of someone spiritually chosen. You are loyal to the truth, even when it costs you everything. You don't need reasons. You need resonance. You move when something feels aligned. You pause when something feels off. And you're rarely wrong. Your intuition has saved you from disaster, from heartbreak, from betrayal. It has guided you to divine connections, sacred places, and soul-healing moments. And though you may not always understand the why in the moment, time always reveals that your knowing was never wrong. It was simply ahead of the facts. This kind of spiritual inner knowing doesn't make life easier. It actually makes it more complex. Because while others can pretend, settle, or ignore the truth, you can't. You feel when something is out of alignment. You sense lies in voices that sound sweet. You detect energy shifts before anything is spoken. And though it can be exhausting, it's part of your sacred wiring. You were born to see what others can't, to feel what others suppress, to act on what others avoid. That's not weakness, it's wisdom. Think of spiritual giants like Joan of Arc, who followed an inner voice and defied an empire, or Nelson Mandela, who stood unwavering in his inner conviction while the world called him a prisoner. These weren't people with perfect logic or detailed strategies. They had something far more powerful: unshakable spiritual clarity. That same clarity lives in you. It's not loud. It doesn't demand attention, but it never fails you. There's a reason you can't be talked out of your truth. There's a reason you don't feel at home in environments that lack spiritual depth. And there's a reason you've always sensed that your journey has been anything but random. The reason is this: you are marked. And this inner knowing, it's the first sign that your soul remembers what your mind is still trying to understand. If you've ever felt that deep, unshakable pull towards something greater, trust it. That's your spiritual compass. Comment below. I trust my inner knowing to affirm your path and inspire others to follow their truth. 2. Repeated spiritual tests. Life has not gone easy on you. The weight you've carried, the betrayals, the heartbreaks, the financial collapses, the silent battles fought behind closed doors, none of it was coincidence. These weren't just difficult chapters in your life story. They were spiritual trials, tailor-made to awaken the fire within you. Each blow was designed with divine precision, not to destroy you, but to reveal you, to bring forth the strength, patience, and spiritual depth that only hardship can birth. These repeated spiritual tests are not punishment. They are preparation. They are how the universe trains its chosen ones. While others sail through ease and predictability, your path has been steep, narrow, and unpredictable. And yet, it has carved you into someone extraordinary. Just as a diamond must endure intense pressure to shine, so too must the chosen be crushed before they can radiate light. You were not meant to blend in with the crowd. You were meant to walk through fire and still carry peace in your spirit. Every loss, every setback, every delay in your life was a hidden blessing in disguise. They were not dead ends, but divine detours. They redirected you back to your spiritual core. You've had to unlearn the world's noise to hear your soul's whisper. And in doing so, you've grown into a man who doesn't just survive, he transforms. Your pain has become your teacher. Your struggles, your sacred training ground. The spiritual wisdom you now carry wasn't gifted, it was earned. Through sweat, through silence, through seasons of not being understood. And what's more powerful than understanding? Purpose. These trials have not only strengthened your resilience, but revealed your mission. The chosen don't just endure, they lead. They carry the light into places where others fear to go. You've seen darkness not to be defeated by it, but to know how to walk others through it. You've tasted bitterness so that your words now carry truth. You've cried in secret so that now your silence carries authority. There's a spiritual weight to your presence that cannot be faked, and it came at a cost. You weren't meant for comfort. You were meant for impact. The fire didn't burn you, it built you. That's why you carry a calm that confuses chaos, a focus that sees through distractions, a heart that knows when to fight and when to surrender. This spiritual depth, this clarity, this strength, it's not found in men who've had it easy. It's found in those who've been through storms and chose to become the eye of it. So when others wonder why you've suffered more than most, let them know you were never being punished. You were being prepared. And now, Whether you realize it or not, you are walking proof that the chosen are not born. They are forged. Through trial, through fire, through faith. Comment below. I embrace my spiritual training. If you're ready to rise stronger from every test and step fully into your divine mission. 3. Deep sense of isolation. You've often felt like an outsider, even in rooms full of people. It's not that you don't care about others, it's that something deep within you recognizes that your frequency doesn't match the world around you. This is not a random experience or a psychological phase. It is a spiritual indication. A chosen one often experiences this profound sense of isolation, not because they are broken, but because they are being spiritually set apart. The world may label it as loneliness, but your soul knows it as sacred separation. While others are comfortable in the noise and distractions, you find yourself drawn to silence, truth, and depth. This disconnect happens because your spirit vibrates at a higher level. You don't chase popularity or surface-level validation. You seek meaning, integrity, and divine alignment. The conversations that others find entertaining feel empty to you. The ambitions that drive most people seem hollow. Your energetic system is evolving, and as it rises in frequency, it naturally creates a distance between you and those who are still living unconsciously. It's not rejection, it's spiritual preservation. As this spiritual awakening unfolds, you begin to realize that isolation is not your enemy. It is your initiator. The absence of shallow connections makes room for the arrival of your true soul tribe, those who resonate with your light, your purpose, and your path. You won't have to search for them endlessly. They are drawn to your vibration like magnets to energy. These are the people who will honor your depth, speak your language, and remind you that you were never truly alone, only waiting for the right alignment. In this season of solitude, there is power. It teaches you discernment, sharpens your intuition, and deepens your connection with God, the universe, and your inner truth. Many spiritual giants, Jesus in the desert, Moses on the mountain, Buddha beneath the tree, experienced isolation before their calling fully emerged. It is the stillness that refines you. It is in the silence that you begin to hear the spiritual instructions clearly. You are not separate by accident. You are separate by design. The spiritual path does not begin with applause. It begins with silence. And in that silence, you are not being punished. You are being positioned. You are not abandoned. You are being aligned. So do not despise your sense of disconnection. It is a spiritual portal. Through it, you are being prepared for divine relationships, deeper truth, and a mission that cannot be fulfilled by the crowd, but only by the courageous few. If you've ever felt this deep sense of isolation on your spiritual path, know that you're not alone. Share your experience in the comments to remind others they're not alone either. And if you're still searching for your soul tribe, comment below. I am ready to find my people, so we can support one another on this journey of spiritual connection. 4. Unbreakable connection to the universe. You are receiving signs repeating numbers like 1111, vivid dreams, and perfectly timed synchronicities, not by accident, but because you are spiritually aligned. These are not just coincidences. They are messages from the universe, confirming that you are walking a divinely guided path. You have a spiritual bond with the universe that cannot be broken. It reaches out to you through symbols and patterns, reminding you that your journey is not random, but part of a greater spiritual design. The more you trust in these messages, the clearer they become, as if the universe is in constant conversation with your soul. When you dream, you don't just escape reality, you tap into a higher realm. These dreams often carry prophetic insights, healing visions, or answers to questions your waking mind hasn't even formed yet. You might wake up with an emotional clarity that wasn't there the night before, because your spiritual self has been traveling, learning, and receiving. This connection to the unseen is one of the clearest signs that you are chosen. The universe trusts you enough to reveal its secrets. It places knowledge in your hands, not through textbooks or logic, but through experience, intuition, and divine timing. Even during the day, you notice how life weaves together perfectly. You think of someone, and they appear. You ask for guidance, and within hours, a song, a stranger's words, or a number sequence delivers exactly what you needed. This flow, this harmony, isn't luck, it's alignment. The universe recognizes your frequency and responds to your energy. As Rumi said, what you seek is seeking you. That's why the signs keep coming. You are being affirmed, supported, and spiritually directed in ways that defy human explanation. There is also protection woven into this connection. You are shielded from paths that are not meant for you. Sometimes, what feels like rejection is actually redirection, orchestrated by a higher force watching over you. Doors close because better ones are already opening. Situations fall apart because your spirit cannot thrive where your soul does not belong. When you're chosen, the universe ensures your steps align with destiny, even if it means removing people, opportunities, or comforts. That's divine love in action. Your life becomes a living testimony to the power of spiritual awareness. The more you honor these signs, the more you step into your divine identity. You begin to walk with confidence, not because everything is certain, but because you know you are not walking alone. Each number, each dream, each moment of synchronicity reminds you that your path is sacred. And when doubt creeps in, the universe always sends another sign, gentle but undeniable, to lead you back into trust. If you've been seeing the signs repeating numbers, vivid dreams, perfect synchronicities, it's not a coincidence. It's confirmation. If you feel that unbreakable connection to the universe, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your experiences in the comments below. Let's align our energy and affirm this divine guidance together. 5. Ability to see beyond illusions. You have a spiritual gift, one that pierces through the noise, deception, and conditioning of the world. You don't just listen to what people say. You listen to the energy behind their words. You recognize when someone's smile hides an agenda, when a system is built on manipulation, and when the truth is being distorted for comfort or control. Your ability to see beyond illusions isn't something you learned. It's something you were born with. It's the quiet skill that allows you to detect lies, false flattery, and societal conditioning, even when it's dressed in charm or status. While most people settle for appearances, you dig deeper. You look for meaning. You want to know what's real, beneath the surface, beyond the mask, beyond the script society has handed everyone. Your mind doesn't stop at the first layer. It goes deeper, asking the questions others are afraid to ask. Why do we believe what we believe? Who benefits from this narrative? Where is the truth buried beneath the noise? This constant search for deeper understanding isn't a burden, it's your spiritual compass. And even when others can't see what you see, you know what's true because it resonates with your soul. This level of awareness doesn't isolate you, it activates others. Your very presence awakens people. They may not be able to explain why, but something about you stirs their spirit. You bring truth without needing to argue. You mirror people's hidden selves back to them, sometimes inspiring, sometimes confronting. And that mirror has power. It's not always comfortable for others, but it's necessary. You help them feel seen in ways they didn't expect. You don't just observe the world, you shift it by being fully aligned with spiritual truth. Your gift is not just perception, it's transmission. Without saying a word, you help others question the lies they've been living. You disrupt illusions by simply being in your own clarity. You break generational conditioning, challenge shallow ideologies, and offer a path to something more honest, more aligned, more spiritual. That's why the energy changes when you walk into a room. That's why some are drawn to you and others are unsettled by you. It's because you carry the truth, and truth can't be manipulated. Even when you've been misunderstood or rejected, you've kept your sight. You've seen through the masks of charmers, the strategies of manipulators, the traps of systems meant to keep people small. And despite all this, your heart remains open. You don't just see what's wrong, you believe in what's right. You believe in awakening, in evolution, in the power of light to break through darkness. That's what makes your vision spiritual. It's not about being critical, it's about being free. And those who cross your path are forever changed by it. If this message resonates with your spirit, drop a comment of clarity. I see through the illusion. I choose the truth. Let your voice be a light for others still searching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you won't miss more powerful insights like this. 6. A calling to serve. You feel it in your bones, an urge that cannot be explained by logic, only by spirit. A deep, persistent pull to guide, to help, to heal. You may not have a formal title, a public platform, or even clarity on what your exact mission is. But what you do have is the unshakable spiritual knowing that you are here to uplift others. This is not ambition. This is not performance. This is your soul remembering why it came here in the first place. The desire to serve doesn't come from a place of superiority. It flows from love, from connection, from the quiet ache that arises when you see suffering. You don't just witness pain. You feel it, absorb it, carry it until you can transmute it into something lighter, something healing. Your compassion runs deeper than sympathy. It's spiritual empathy. And when others are around you, they feel it too. Without words, without explanation, your energy speaks. You are safe here. There's something about you that draws people in. Strangers confide in you. Friends lean on you. And even when you're in doubt about your path, others find clarity in your presence. This is no coincidence. Your energy carries light. Your words, whether spoken aloud or silently lived, offer warmth, truth, and hope. This is your spiritual blueprint in motion. You are designed to be a vessel of comfort, a mirror of divine love, and a reminder to others that healing is possible. Even in times of confusion, when you don't know what step to take next, the calling doesn't leave you. It follows you into your dreams, into your conversations, into the small moments of daily life. It shows up in the questions you ask, in the tears you shed for people you barely know, in the way you feel everything so deeply. And though this emotional sensitivity has likely been misunderstood, it is one of your greatest spiritual strengths. It means you are alive to the suffering of the world, and therefore positioned to help shift it. This is not about doing grand things for applause. It's about being fully present in the quiet, sacred moments where love is needed most. You know that healing doesn't always come through miracles. Sometimes it comes through presence, through patience, through simply holding space when no one else will. That's the mark of someone who has been spiritually chosen not to escape the world, but to transform it, one soul at a time. And although you may still wonder, why me? The answer lies in your heart's response. When you see someone struggling, something within you rises. You don't turn away. You lean in. You ask how you can help. That is the spiritual call. That is divine purpose echoing through your being. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to be a light, a guide, a healer, not by accident, but by sacred design. If this message resonates with your soul, repeat after me. I accept my calling to serve. I trust the path unfolding before me. 7. Unshakable resilience. You've survived experiences that would have crushed most people, and not only did you survive, you transformed. What once brought you pain, you turned into purpose. What once tried to bury you, you used as the soil to rise even stronger. This isn't just strength. It's spiritual resilience. It's the quiet fire in your soul that keeps burning even when no one else sees the flame. Pain didn't paralyze you, it prepared you. While others crumbled under pressure, you found clarity in the chaos. And now you carry wisdom that can't be taught in books. The truth is, chosen ones are not made in comfort. They are carved by hardship, sculpted by suffering, and refined by fire. Every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every door slammed in your face, these weren't punishments. They were preparations. You've been spiritually trained to endure storms so that you could one day become shelter for others. That's why your heart still loves, even after betrayal. That's why your spirit still hopes, even when it has every reason not to. You are walking proof that wounds don't define you, how you heal from them does. Your strength isn't loud. It's not about shouting or showing off. It's in your silence. It's in the way you keep showing up, day after day, when no one's cheering for you. It's in the way you forgive without receiving an apology. That's the mark of someone who is spiritually chosen. There's a sacred force guiding you through it all, a divine hand that never lets you fall too far. You've always landed on your feet, not because you're lucky, but because you're led. And through it all, you've developed a strength that's unshakable, not because you've never been shaken, but because you've learned how to stand again after each fall. You bend, but you don't break. You cry, but you still continue. You feel deeply, but you don't let it destroy you. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you chosen. Not your perfection, but your perseverance. Not the absence of hardship, but the presence of grace in how you respond to it. Your resilience is not accidental. It's spiritual evidence of your calling. To affirm your strength and spiritual growth, declare your resilience. Comment below, I rise stronger, to honor your journey and inspire others to transform their pain into power. Thank you for watching this journey into the 7 powerful marks that set the chosen ones apart. If something in today's message spoke to your soul or gave you a new perspective, trust that it wasn't by accident. The spiritual path is rarely easy, but those who walk it with awareness and courage carry the light needed in this world. If you felt a connection to these signs, or if you're beginning to see them in yourself, you are not alone, and you were meant to hear this today. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight, encouragement, and divine truth. Your awakening has just begun. When the body goes silent, the soul speaks, the truth behind abstinence. In the silence of the body, the soul begins to sing. This ancient truth, echoed by mystics and psychologists alike, reminds us that what appears to be emptiness is often the birthplace of deep transformation. As Carl Jung taught, when we withdraw from external distractions, the unconscious finds its voice. In today's video, we'll explore the profound spiritual awakening that often follows periods of abstinence, not as deprivation, but as a sacred return to the self. Have you ever experienced a moment when silence revealed something powerful within you? Let us know in the comments below. And if this message speaks to your journey, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, your space for inner growth and soulful insight. 1. The silence of the body is a spiritual awakening, not a loss. What appears to be absence, abstinence, or emotional withdrawal is often misjudged in a world obsessed with stimulation. But when a woman chooses to step away from physical desire and external validation, she isn't diminishing herself. She's returning home. She's not disappearing into emptiness, but expanding into a deeper presence. The silence of the body is not the end of intimacy. It is the beginning of self-intimacy, where the soul is finally allowed to speak after years of being drowned out by noise. Carl Jung believed that all repressed energy must find new expression. So when the body is no longer fixated on instant pleasure or emotional approval, the soul seizes that moment to rise. This isn't suppression, it's transmutation. And in that shift, something sacred occurs. Energy that once ran outward now flows inward, illuminating forgotten corridors of the psyche. Women in this space often report heightened dreams, sharper intuition, and spontaneous spiritual awakening. These are not anomalies. They are echoes of the truth that the soul has been waiting to be heard. Abstinence, then, becomes a spiritual threshold, not a denial, but a rebirth. It is in the absence of touch that one discovers the untouched parts of the self, the sacred terrain that was never meant for anyone else to reach. In this silence, the feminine spirit reclaims its wholeness. It begins to explore depths that were previously buried beneath layers of longing and distraction. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that this inner quiet is not passive. It is profoundly creative. It is where the soul regenerates, remembers, and reveals. As the outer world fades into the background, the inner voice gains clarity. What once seemed like loneliness transforms into sacred solitude. What once felt like emptiness reveals itself as spaciousness. And within that space, something ancient awakens. This is not merely psychological. It is energetic, cellular, ancestral. It is the unraveling of generational scripts that taught women to measure their worth by affection received rather than presence embodied. When the body goes silent, the soul becomes the author. It writes not in words, but in sensations, visions, and deep knowledge. This is the terrain of individuation, where the false self begins to dissolve, and the authentic self, rooted in divine essence, emerges. In this space, a woman does not seek to be chosen. She realizes she was never meant to compete, only to remember who she is when everything external falls away. The journey inward is not easy. It requires courage to face the void without trying to fill it. But spiritual wisdom shows us that this silence is not a punishment. It is a portal. It is the place where the feminine rises not as an object of desire, but as a sovereign soul embodying her full light. And that light, once revealed, is not dependent on touch or approval. It is sustained by truth. Have you ever embraced silence and felt your soul begin to speak? If so, share your experience in the comments below to inspire others on their journey. If not, comment. I will listen within to begin this sacred path of spiritual awakening together. 2. Celibacy and withdrawal are portals, not punishments. Periods of celibacy are not a punishment. They are portals of deep transformation. In those quiet seasons where the body withdraws from external touch and the noise of desire, something ancient stirs within. Abstinence is not about denial, but about transmutation. It is the sacred act of turning your energy inward, allowing it to feed your soul rather than seeking fulfillment from temporary sources. This internal redirection creates a shift one that frees you from roles imposed by society and births a version of you that is no longer defined by external validation. Carl Jung taught that repressed energy never disappears. It transforms. When desire is not acted upon, it doesn't fade, it rises. It becomes vision, insight, and spiritual depth. In the silence of the body, the unconscious finds space to surface. The soul begins to speak. Your intuition sharpens. Dreams become vivid. A subtle electricity moves through your being. You begin to sense a presence within yourself that was always there, waiting to be remembered. This is the beginning of individuation, not fitting in, but becoming whole. Society often fears a woman who no longer seeks validation because she is no longer controllable. She becomes unpredictable, sovereign, self-sourced. Her energy, once poured into others, now nourishes her creativity, her insight, her power. She stops being a mirror for someone else's desires and begins to reflect the divine within herself. When you choose abstinence, consciously or not, you reclaim your energetic field. You begin to glow, not because someone desires you, but because you've turned your gaze inward and lit a fire from within. Maya, a modern woman, experienced this firsthand. After a breakup, she chose solitude. No dating, no distractions. What emerged from that stillness was not emptiness, but abundance. She began to write, to heal, to listen. Her soul became louder than the noise of the world. She wasn't retreating, she was returning. And when she finally re-emerged, she was not the same woman. She was whole. This is the spiritual wisdom behind abstinence. It is not about giving something up, but about gaining yourself back. It is a rite of passage, an alchemical process where the raw material of desire is refined into presence, awareness, and inner power. The silence of the body is not a void. It is a sacred space where the soul begins to speak, not in words, but in knowing. You don't lose yourself in withdrawal. You find the parts of you that were buried beneath the noise. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to share it with someone who's also learning to reclaim their energy and power. Let's break the myth that celibacy is punishment and show the world that silence, stillness, and sovereignty are sacred. Together, we're rewriting the story. 3. This inner journey marks the beginning of individuation. When a woman stops seeking to be chosen and finally chooses herself, she initiates one of the most profound transformations in her life. According to Carl Jung, this marks the beginning of individuation, a deep inner journey toward wholeness where she confronts and integrates the shadow, the unmet needs, and the unconscious patterns that have silently shaped her. This is not just a psychological shift, it is the essence of a spiritual awakening. The moment she turns inward, something powerful begins to stir. Her silence is not a sign of absence, but of presence. It's the sacred space where the soul, long ignored, finally begins to speak. Choosing oneself means no longer measuring worth by someone else's recognition. It means stepping away from the exhausting chase for validation and instead learning to witness one's own light. This is where spiritual wisdom begins to grow. In the stillness, stripped of distractions, the truth surfaces. The energy once poured into being wanted now returns inward, nourishing forgotten dreams, healing emotional wounds, and awakening buried intuition. As Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." The awakening is not sudden. It's slow and quiet, unfolding like dawn after a long night. In this sacred silence, many women report changes that seem mystical. Their dreams become more symbolic, their instincts sharper, their presence more magnetic. These are not coincidences. They are echoes of the soul reclaiming its voice. Abstinence, whether emotional, physical, or energetic, creates a container for deeper truths to rise. It is in this inner retreat that the fragmented parts of the self begin to return home. The body no longer runs toward quick pleasures. It listens. The mind no longer chases noise. It rests. And in this return, the woman discovers something radical. She was never incomplete to begin with. Individuation is not about becoming someone new. It is about remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. It is the sacred rebellion of no longer settling for crumbs of attention. It is the spiritual maturity to sit in solitude, not with fear, but with reverence. The woman who walks this path does not become harder. She becomes more open, but discerning, more loving, but boundaries. Her energy becomes medicine, not because she performs for it, but because she embodies it. She becomes a mirror to others, reflecting back what they have forgotten in themselves. When the body goes silent, the soul is finally heard. And in that silence, a woman finds not emptiness, but expansion. Not lack, but presence. Not loneliness, but truth. This is spiritual awakening in its rawest form, not loud or dramatic, but quiet, honest, and irreversible. Are you ready to choose yourself and begin the journey toward wholeness? If so, comment below. I choose myself, to affirm your commitment to this path of individuation and spiritual wisdom. Let's walk this journey together. 4. The pain of disconnection is a necessary rite of passage. Pulling away from relationships and societal expectations can feel like being exiled from everything familiar. There's an ache, almost unbearable at times, that surfaces when a woman chooses to disconnect from the noise of the world. She may feel invisible in a room full of people, misunderstood by those she once trusted, even judged for walking a path that others cannot see. But this pain is not a mistake. It's a sacred invitation. This is not isolation. This is immersion. She is not breaking down. She is being drawn inward. What feels like emotional death is actually the first breath of spiritual awakening, a silent rite of passage that only the brave accept. In the quiet, where distractions fade and the external world loses its grip, something ancient begins to stir. It's the soul whispering beneath years of conditioning and roles she was told to play. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that becoming often begins in the dark. The discomfort she feels is not a void, but a passage narrow, sacred, and necessary. She is not vanishing, she is shedding. The woman who felt small is dissolving, so the woman who is whole can rise. The absence of affection, of being needed, of being desired, it all begins to carve out space. Not emptiness, but expansion. In that space, she meets herself in ways she never could when her body was tethered to fleeting touch or superficial validation. Her inner voice grows louder. Her dreams become messengers. Her instincts sharpen. Emotional clarity begins to replace emotional chaos. What once looked like a season of suffering reveals itself as spiritual wisdom in disguise. This is not just about abstaining from physical intimacy. It's about abstaining from self-abandonment. It's about choosing the raw, unfiltered presence of your own soul over the comfort of shallow connection. And it is in this brave silence that she begins to transmute pain into power, confusion into clarity, and absence into sacred presence. The old version of her, built on performance and approval, fades away. What rises is a woman rooted in inner truth, unshaken, whole, and fully alive. If you're walking through the pain of disconnection, know that you're not alone. It's a sacred passage, not a punishment. Subscribe to our channel and join a community that honors your transformation. Here, we explore the depths of spiritual rebirth and remind each other that solitude can be a gateway to profound presence. You are not forsaken, you are becoming. 5. She learns to love from wholeness, not from need. She no longer bends to be loved, nor does she twist herself into shapes that make others comfortable. In the quiet space she's created away from the noise of constant validation seeking, she begins to feel something deeper, the power of her own presence. Her transformation didn't come from another person's approval, but from the sacred stillness of being alone. As Carl Jung wisely said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And now, in turning inward, she awakens to a truth she had forgotten: she is already whole. No longer ruled by the fear of abandonment or the need to prove her worth, she stops searching for love to fill a gap. She's done performing. She's done waiting for a text, a nod, or a half-hearted commitment. Instead, she pours that energy back into herself. Through long walks without a destination, through journaling that reveals buried emotions, through meditations that bring her home to her breath, she rediscovers herself. The silence of abstinence isn't emptiness, it's spaciousness. And in that space, the soul begins to speak. When she finally opens her heart again, It will not be an act of desperation. It will not be a cry for rescue. It will be a grounded offering from someone who has made peace with her own shadows. Love will no longer be a transaction, a compromise of her essence. It will be a dance between two whole beings, not halves seeking completion, but full energies drawn together by resonance, not need. She has learned that the right love doesn't ask her to shrink. It invites her to expand. There's no more proving, no more shrinking, no more settling for affection that feels like a negotiation. Her new form of love is not loud or desperate. It is calm, radiant, and magnetic. It flows from abundance, not lack. It comes not to save her, but to meet her. Carl Jung's work reminds us that healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who we truly are before the world taught us to be afraid. This is the spiritual wisdom born from choosing stillness over chaos, presence over performance, wholeness over need. The woman who once searched outside now listens within. She no longer asks, "Will they love me?" Instead, she declares, "I love me." And that truth reshapes everything. Do you resonate with this kind of love, one that flows from wholeness, not desperation? If so, declare it boldly in the comments. I love from abundance, not need. Let's inspire each other to choose empowered, conscious love. 6. She becomes a beacon of feminine power. She no longer waits to be chosen. She radiates from within. The awakened woman moves differently, not because she's louder, but because her silence carries truth. She doesn't seek validation in the eyes of others. Instead, her presence speaks volumes. There's a quiet confidence in her that makes people pause. What once felt like loneliness now feels like liberation. What once seemed like a void is now sacred space. She has become the embodiment of feminine power, one that does not ask, but simply is. Her silence is not absence, it is pure presence. It's not weakness, it's energetic strength. In a world that constantly demands women to perform, please, and prove, she dares to stop performing. And when the body stops performing, the soul finally steps in. As Carl Jung wisely said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that becoming often begins when you no longer distract yourself from your own truth. The silence she embraces is not punishment. It is initiation. This is not just about abstinence in the physical sense. It's an energetic withdrawal from anything that disconnects her from her essence. The noise of romantic pursuit, the need for attention, the craving for approval, she releases them all. And in doing so, she begins to hear something else, her own voice. Her intuition sharpens, her dreams grow vivid, her inner world becomes alive. Without the distraction of external touch, she begins to touch parts of herself that had never been felt before. She remembers, she reconnects, she rises. In this inward journey, she becomes more than a woman. She becomes a mirror, a living reflection for those still trapped in cycles of pleasing and performing. She doesn't preach. She doesn't convince. Her life becomes the sermon. Her walk becomes the message. She inspires without trying, teaches without speaking, leads by simply existing in alignment. She doesn't beg to be seen. Her light is undeniable. Her energy speaks first. This is spiritual awakening in motion. It's not always loud, and it doesn't always look like enlightenment. Sometimes it looks like solitude, like saying no, like disappearing for a while. But beneath it all, a profound transformation is taking place. She is no longer performing life. She is living it. And so, she becomes the quiet revolutionary. Not because she raises her fist, but because she no longer lowers her energy to be accepted. Her silence becomes her protest. Her softness becomes her shield. Her boundaries become her altar. She walks in self-possession, not because she has something to prove, but because she has nothing left to chase. She is whole. She is here. And she is leading a silent revolution through her being. To honor your rising feminine power, declare it with intention. Comment below, "I radiate power," and let your voice encourage others to rise with grace, strength, and quiet revolution. 7. The body's silence is the soul's language. The silence of the body is not a void. It is the hidden doorway to a deeper world within. What many perceive as emptiness is often the first sacred signal that the soul is beginning to stir. When a woman no longer seeks external stimulation, when she withdraws, not in defeat, but in instinct, what emerges is not weakness, but the first ripple of her spiritual awakening. She may not even recognize it at first, but the longing, the restlessness, the desire to retreat are signs that her inner self is preparing to rise. In those quiet hours, when the body stops reaching for pleasure or approval, something miraculous happens. The energy that once chased affection is no longer scattered outward. It begins to gather inward. Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Yet here, in this particular kind of silence, there is not just pain, there is clarity. There is expansion. What was once repressed begins to find new form. The energy stored in abstinence, consciously or not, begins to refine itself into perception, creativity, and vision. This is why so many women, after seasons of celibacy or solitude, report more vivid dreams, stronger intuition, or a sudden sense of meaning they cannot explain. It is not coincidence. It is the soul claiming space. And in that space, the woman begins to hear herself again. Her real self is not the version trained to please or perform, but the self that waits in the quiet, whole and untouched. The body's stillness becomes a ritual of remembrance. She sees that she is not missing anything. She is actually returning to everything she lost when she was too noisy, too distracted, too eager to give. Abstinence is not simply the absence of touch. It is the presence of power. When you no longer allow others to constantly access your energy, your clarity sharpens. You start to recognize who drains you, what dims your light, and where you've been giving away pieces of yourself without pause. The woman who once needed affection to feel worthy now becomes the woman who protects her peace like it is gold. This is not resistance. It is rebirth. The truth is, not every desire deserves to be fulfilled. Not every connection is sacred. The body, when left alone long enough, begins to detox from false love and empty attention. You stop craving what once comforted you because it no longer vibrates with your truth. And in that vacuum, you begin to feel a different rhythm, slower, deeper, wiser. You start remembering what it feels like to belong to yourself. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that transformation doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers in the dark, in the places no one else sees. And when the body finally quiets, the soul does not shout. It simply speaks. And if you're brave enough to listen, it will guide you home. If this message has stirred something deep within you, affirm your journey by commenting, "I trust the soul's whispers. My silence is sacred." Your words may inspire another woman to honor her inner voice. And so, when the body falls into silence, it does not signify absence, it invites presence. In that stillness, the soul begins to whisper its deepest truths. As Jung reminded us, the unconscious always finds a way to speak, especially when the distractions fall away. Whether you're on a path of abstinence by choice or by circumstance, remember, this may not be a void. It may be a portal to self-discovery, clarity, and spiritual awakening. If this message stirred something within you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the profound truths we explore in our upcoming videos. Your journey inward is sacred. Walk it with awareness, and you may just meet your soul there. Why you have no motivation left after spiritual awakening. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like after finally awakening to deeper truths, life suddenly lost its spark? You're not alone. Many seekers experience a strange emptiness after spiritual awakening, a quiet stillness where motivation used to live. But what if this isn't a failure, but a sacred turning point? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why your drive may fade after awakening, and how this phase holds the hidden key to a more authentic life. As you listen, ask yourself, have I experienced this silent pause? Drop a comment below to share your journey, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of truth and transformation. 1. The paradox of awakening. Emptiness after revelation. Spiritual awakening doesn't always arrive with a thunderclap of purpose. More often, it slips in quietly, unraveling everything you once believed about who you are and why you exist. You see through illusions, recognize the masks, and realize that much of what once fueled your ambition, approval, praise, identity was constructed. At first, that realization feels like liberation. You feel clean, almost weightless, like stepping out of a burning house into cool night air. But then comes the silence, and the silence, though peaceful, feels disorienting. You're no longer driven by the same desires, but you haven't yet found a new compass. What follows is a strange hollowness, not depression in the traditional sense, but a sacred kind of stillness. The passions that once lit your fire no longer burn. You don't feel the urge to chase, to prove, to perform. It may feel like a lack of motivation, but it's actually the soul shedding its skin. In Jungian terms, the ego has stepped aside, and now the self begins to take shape. But the self does not rush. It moves with timeless precision, inviting you to slow down, listen, and unlearn. This phase is not a breakdown. It is a reorientation. This is the sacred pause. In the language of spiritual wisdom, it is the winter of the soul, a time when nothing blooms on the surface, but deep beneath, something powerful is rooting. Most people fear this silence because it lacks the validation they're used to. The world celebrates progress, productivity, and hustle. But the soul craves stillness, simplicity, and depth. When you awaken, you stop being moved by shallow incentives. The matrix of achievement no longer seduces you. And without that external push, it feels as though you've stalled. But in truth, you're entering the space where authentic motivation is born not from ego, but from essence. This space feels empty because it is waiting for truth. Your truth. Not the truth you inherited, or were told or absorbed unconsciously, but the kind that rises from silence and speaks without words. In this in-between, you are not supposed to act, fix, or chase. You are meant to sit in the discomfort, to feel what arises, and to honor the quiet transformation taking place. There is no map here, only presence. You are not broken for feeling unmotivated. You are awakening to a deeper rhythm. The fire will return, but it won't come from force. It will come from alignment. When your inner world is no longer at war, when your truth is no longer buried beneath conditioning, something sacred stirs. And what awakens then is not a shallow passion, but a calling, a quiet, unwavering pull towards something real, meaningful, and lasting. If this message resonates with you, comment below. I honor the sacred pause. Your stillness is not a setback. It's part of your transformation. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of deep truth on your awakening journey. 2. Loss of motivation is a spiritual recalibration. What appears to be laziness, procrastination, or apathy after a spiritual awakening is often something far deeper, an invisible inner shift that Carl Jung would describe as the dismantling of ego-driven desires. The goals that once ignited us, climbing corporate ladders, gaining approval, chasing success, begin to lose their emotional charge. The fire dims not because the soul is dying, but because it is recalibrating. Motivation that once came from external applause now feels hollow. You no longer strive to be seen because something within you has already witnessed the truth of who you are. Carl Jung taught that the process of individuation, the journey of becoming the true self, demands the shedding of false layers. And one of the loudest layers we carry is the voice of the ego, always pushing, proving, performing. When that voice quiets, there is an eerie silence. You stop chasing what no longer fits your spirit. You become disinterested in things you once obsessed over. But this absence of desire is not depression. It is sacred stillness. It is the soul pulling you inward so you can listen. The modern world fears this pause. Society equates worth with productivity, speed, and output. We're programmed to panic when we lose momentum. But spiritual wisdom sees value in the void. Just like winter strips the trees bare to prepare for spring, the soul removes all that is not rooted in truth. In this season of not doing, you are not falling behind. You are returning to your center. This transition can be disorienting. You might feel like you're drifting, lost, or disconnected. But underneath that numbness is a new current, waiting. Carl Jung emphasized that this stage is necessary for true transformation. The ego must dissolve so that the authentic self, the one aligned with your soul's calling, can emerge without interference. During this time, you may find yourself uninterested in old roles or relationships. You may withdraw from social norms that once defined you. The world may label this as apathy or detachment, but Jung would call it individuation. The self is reclaiming its authority. Your soul is no longer interested in performance. It's interested in presence, in meaning, in wholeness. As this inner shift deepens, motivation eventually returns, but not as it once was. This time, it's not fueled by competition, comparison, or fear of missing out. It comes from peace. You move not to escape yourself, but to express yourself. Action becomes an extension of being, not a mask for emptiness. The truth is, when you lose motivation after awakening, it's not because something has gone wrong. it's because something false has fallen away. The emptiness you feel is the clearing of an old script. What remains is the raw, fertile ground from which authentic purpose will rise quietly, gently, and in perfect alignment with your soul. Are you experiencing a shift in motivation that feels confusing or heavy? It might be your soul realigning with a deeper truth. If you're ready to embrace this inner recalibration, comment below. I trust my soul's timing, and let the journey toward true alignment begin. 3. Carl Jung's concept of the liminal space and nigredo. Carl Jung called it nigredo, the blackening. It's the stage of spiritual awakening, where the old version of you begins to dissolve. The ego, once driven by validation, ambition, and identity, collapses. But the true self, the soul-led essence of who you really are, hasn't yet fully emerged. This in-between phase is quiet, still, and deeply uncomfortable. It feels like something is dying, and it is. But what's dying isn't your life. It's the illusion of control, the illusion of certainty, the illusion of self built on everything outside of you. In this liminal space, motivation disappears. You no longer chase goals the way you used to. The external rewards that once pushed you, success, approval, performance, suddenly feel meaningless. You might think you're lazy or unmotivated, but what's really happening is a sacred shedding. Your energy is being withdrawn from ego-driven pursuits and redirected toward soul alignment. The fire that once burned for validation now goes quiet, not because you're broken, but because your inner compass is recalibrating. Jung warned that society often misdiagnoses this phase. In a world that glorifies constant productivity and visible results, stillness is seen as failure. But the nigredo is not dysfunction, it's purification. The alchemists saw it as the necessary first stage before gold could be created. The psyche undergoes a similar process. It must be stripped of its illusions before it can be made whole. At this stage, life may feel dull or hollow. There is no clarity, no rush of inspiration, just a strange, sacred pause. But this pause is not emptiness, it's gestation. Just as a caterpillar melts into formlessness before becoming a butterfly, your soul is preparing for its next form. There is wisdom in the waiting. There is power in the void. The motivation you once knew came from fear, from survival, from needing to prove something. What comes next will be rooted in peace, in alignment, in truth. You're not meant to force your way through this. The nigredo invites surrender. Let yourself rest. Let the layers fall. This is the death before rebirth. It's not a sign that you've lost your purpose. It's proof that a deeper purpose is beginning to form. One that doesn't come from the mind, but from your essence. As Jung said, we cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate, it oppresses. This is your liberation. When the soul finishes its quiet work, the light will return, but it will be a different kind of light. Not the spotlight of performance, but the quiet glow of knowing. And in that light, you'll move again, not to prove, not to escape, but because something deeper inside you is ready to live, not perform. That is the real beginning. That is spiritual awakening. If this message resonated with your journey through darkness and transformation, leave a like and subscribe to our channel. Tap the notification bell so you won't miss powerful insights like this. And in the comments, type, "I embrace the liminal space," to affirm your courage in becoming who you truly are. 4. Ego doesn't die. It loses its script. After a spiritual awakening, something profound happens within you. The ego, once the narrator of your entire life story, suddenly falls silent. It doesn't die, but it loses its script. The familiar identities, ambitions, and roles it clung to no longer feel true. You don't want what you used to want. You don't chase what you used to chase. This isn't failure or regression. It's transformation. The ego isn't being destroyed. It's being stripped down, rewritten, humbled. And yet, in this in-between space, the true self hasn't fully emerged. That's the tension, like standing in a quiet theater after the curtain has fallen, but before a new act begins. Carl Jung called this space Negredo, the black stage of inner alchemy, a period where meaning dissolves, identity fades, and you are no longer driven by egoic fire. You wake up and no longer feel the same pull toward success, praise, or even productivity. You may ask yourself, why do I feel so empty now that I finally understand the truth? This emptiness is not a flaw. It's a sacred pause. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul cannot speak over the noise of performance, and so it must first quiet the ego. What feels like a loss of motivation is, in fact, the beginning of alignment. In this sacred stillness, the external world may not understand you. Friends may say you've changed. Society may label it as burnout, depression, or lack of ambition. But inside, something far more intelligent is occurring. The soul is recalibrating. The energy that once surged toward proving your worth is now redirecting inward, toward presence, awareness, and truth. You are learning to act not from a need to be seen, but from a desire to be whole. And yet, this transition is not easy. You are shedding layers of false self while not yet knowing what the new self will be. It can feel like being in freefall with no destination. But spiritual awakening doesn't promise comfort. It promises clarity. And clarity often arrives through the dismantling of illusions, not the fulfillment of desires. It is in this strange terrain that spiritual wisdom becomes your guide, not to show you what to do, but to remind you that it's okay not to know. Slowly, motivation begins to return, but this time it flows from authenticity, not anxiety. You are no longer motivated by comparison, validation, or fear of falling behind. You are moved by inner truth, gentle purpose, and quiet knowing. The ego, now humble and observant, steps aside for the soul to lead. This new energy is not loud or manic. It is calm, focused, and radiant. It doesn't burn you out. It grounds you. If you feel stuck, unmotivated, or lost after awakening, you are not broken. You are in the sacred chrysalis between who you were and who you are becoming. You are learning how to live without the mask. You are allowing truth to replace performance. And though the ego has lost its lines, the soul is composing something far more beautiful, an inner harmony that no longer needs applause to feel real. Have you ever felt like your old identity no longer fits, but your true voice hasn't fully emerged yet? That's the ego in transition. Share your experience in the comments below. What part of your old script have you let go of? And if you're just beginning to step into the unknown, type, "I am ready to hear my true self," to join others on this powerful journey of transformation. 5. Individuation, becoming the real self. After a spiritual awakening, the motivation that once pushed you to strive, hustle, and prove yourself suddenly disappears, not because you're broken, but because you're being rebuilt from the inside out. According to Carl Jung, this is the process of individuation. the deep psychological integration of ego and self. It's not about becoming something better. It's about becoming whole. But that wholeness doesn't arrive wrapped in clarity or energy. In fact, it often arrives cloaked in silence, stillness, and a strange sense of not knowing who you are anymore. You once ran on fuel made of ambition, approval, and the need to be seen. But that fuel no longer works. The identity that once gave you purpose has dissolved. You're not who you were, but you're not yet who you're becoming. This is the liminal space Jung referred to as a psychological twilight, where the old self has crumbled, but the new self hasn't yet taken shape. It's not dysfunction. It's a sacred transition. In this space, doing for the sake of doing loses its meaning. What once energized you, deadlines, recognition, external rewards, now feels irrelevant. Take the story of Sarah, a corporate high performer who lived on caffeine and career goals. After a powerful moment of awakening during a silent retreat, she returned home to find that everything she had once cared about felt empty. She couldn't force herself to care about sales reports or quarterly goals. What she once called drive now felt like noise. Her soul had begun speaking a new language, but her life was still written in the old one. This is the rupture. Carl Jung described a psychic death that makes space for the self to emerge. But it doesn't happen all at once. There's a waiting, a sacred stillness. And in that stillness, many begin to panic, believing they've lost their passion. But what's really gone is the illusion. What's really arriving is something more honest. This new fuel doesn't look like adrenaline. It looks like peace. It moves in silence. It guides rather than pushes. You're not lazy. You're no longer willing to betray your soul for external rewards. You're not unmotivated. You're waiting for a deeper alignment. The energy that will move you now is quieter, but infinitely more powerful. It flows from authenticity, not image, from connection, not performance. And while the world may not recognize this transformation, your inner being does. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This awakening dismantles everything false, but in doing so, it opens the door to everything real. You're not meant to go back. You're meant to go deeper. The silence you're experiencing isn't the end. It's the invitation. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a comment of intention. I choose to live from my authentic self. And if you're ready to walk this path of inner wholeness, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual wisdom. 6. Modern culture fears the sacred pause. Society misunderstands stillness. It labels it laziness, depression, or weakness because it fears what it cannot control. In a culture that idolizes constant movement and measurable success, doing nothing looks suspicious. But after a spiritual awakening, that nothing is sacred. It's not dysfunction, it's divine timing. The soul does not move at the speed of capitalism. It doesn't wake up and immediately demand a to-do list. It whispers. It waits. And in that silence, something ancient begins to stir. Carl Jung understood this. He saw the human journey not as a race to productivity, but as a spiral inward, a return to the self. He warned that true transformation doesn't happen in motion, but in stillness. Jung called this withdrawal of energy the beginning of individuation. It's when the ego steps back and the deeper self prepares to emerge. But before that emergence, there is often a long pause, a psychological winter where nothing blooms and the old motivations fall away like dead leaves. This is the sacred recalibration. You are not lazy. You are detoxing from the noise of the world. The goals that once fired you up were often rooted in ego, fear, or a desire to prove your worth. Now that you've seen through the illusion, those goals no longer energize you. That's not failure. That's progress. You are learning to live from the soul instead of survival. What once pushed you approval, validation, competition, no longer matters. That's why your motivation fades. It's not gone. It's being rewritten. But this part is painful. Because no one warns you that spiritual awakening feels like emptiness before it feels like purpose. You're no longer chasing, but you haven't yet received the new direction. You're in between stories. The old script has burned, and the new voice hasn't spoken yet. This is the liminal space, and it can feel unbearable. But it is also the birthplace of authenticity. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That can only happen in silence. So if you feel hollow, uninspired, or still, know this: you are not broken. You are becoming real. You are pausing not because you have failed, but because your inner life is asking to be heard. The soul does not shout, it whispers. And to hear it, you must be still. The discomfort you feel is not the absence of progress, it is the death of performance. You are shedding the need to be seen, liked, or praised, and beginning the slow, sacred work of being whole. This is the wisdom that spiritual awakening brings, not excitement or clarity, but the courage to sit in the dark and wait for your real self to rise. Do you feel the truth of this message in your soul? If so, declare it in the comments below. I honor the sacred pause within me. And if this video spoke to your heart, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of stillness and truth. 7. Shadow work, the foundation of real growth. After a spiritual awakening, what many expect is a flood of energy, purpose, and newfound clarity. But what actually arrives is often a deep, uncomfortable stillness, a quiet emptiness. And in that silence, the first real work begins, not the work of achieving, but the work of becoming. What feels like a loss of motivation is not a failure of progress, it's a shift in direction. You are no longer driven by egoic goals, by the need to prove or perform. What once lit your fire approval, success, and identity suddenly feels hollow. This isn't stagnation, it's space. And space is what the shadow has been waiting for. The shadow holds everything you've hidden from yourself. Your grief, your rage, your loneliness, your unmet needs. These pieces don't rise to punish you. They rise to be seen, integrated, and loved. They are not signs that you are regressing. They are signs that you are finally strong enough to meet them. In spiritual wisdom, this is not a setback. It's a sacred return. You are circling back to the beginning, but from a higher place. You are not the same person re-entering the same pain. You are the one who now has the capacity to hold it, honor it, and transform it. Many people think shadow work is advanced, that it comes after the light, after the awakening, after the bliss. But this is a misunderstanding. Shadow work is not the final level. It's the foundation. Without it, your awakening remains incomplete. As Carl Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. To evolve, you must stop bypassing the dark and start honoring it. The shadow is not your enemy. It is the doorway to your wholeness. When the old motivations dissolve, it means the old self is dying. You are no longer performing for validation. You are no longer chasing meaning through external accomplishments. Instead, you're invited to find meaning within. This can feel disorienting, like being between worlds. The ego has lost its script, but the true self hasn't yet spoken. You are in the in-between, the psychological negredo, where everything breaks down to make space for something new to be born. And that space? That's where the soul begins to speak. Shadow work is like renovating the soul's architecture. At first, everything gets messier. Dust, debris, destruction. But beneath the chaos is the outline of something real, your truest self. This is where you meet your inner child, where you welcome home the parts of you that were silenced to survive. It's not glamorous. It's not Instagram worthy, but it is sacred. Because the deeper you go into your own pain, the more power you reclaim. You stop waiting to be rescued. You start becoming the one you were always searching for. So when the fire dims, when your passion disappears, when nothing makes sense anymore, that is not the end. That is the invitation. Spiritual wisdom is not found in always feeling high. It's found in learning how to walk through the dark with presence. You are not falling behind. You are falling inward, into yourself, into truth. And that is the most important step on the path of becoming whole. If you're ready to face your shadow and grow from within, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's walk this path of real healing together. 8. Emergence of soul-led motivation. Eventually, the old fuel dries up. You no longer feel pushed by anxiety, fear, or the need to prove yourself. What once drove you chasing achievements, pleasing others, striving to be seen, now feels hollow. This isn't a sign that you're lazy or lost. It's the soul reclaiming the wheel. You're entering a different kind of rhythm, one that doesn't shout, but hums quietly with truth. Carl Jung called this the symbolic life, a life where actions come not from ego, but from meaning. At first, it can feel strange. Motivation doesn't disappear. It changes shape. Instead of waking up with a checklist and a sense of pressure, you begin to wake up with questions that matter. What feels aligned today? What would bring me peace, not just productivity? You start doing things not to be impressive, but to be expressive. Not to climb higher, but to live deeper. Your energy is no longer a performance. It becomes a presence. In a world obsessed with hustle, this new rhythm can feel like rebellion. Let's say you've worked a stable job for years, followed the rules, met expectations. But one day, you sit in front of your computer and feel a quiet ache. It's not exhaustion, it's disconnection. That moment isn't failure, it's a sacred turning point. The soul is whispering, there's more. And it's not out there, it's in here. That's when something begins to shift. You begin to make space for simplicity. You begin to listen to the subtle language of your heart. This new form of motivation is slower but deeper. It's not about the finish line. It's about the integrity of the step you're taking right now. You may still work hard, but the energy behind it is different. It's no longer fueled by fear of not being enough. It's led by the joy of being real. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. That awakening doesn't always bring fireworks. Sometimes it brings silence. But in that silence, there's power still, soft and steady. You begin to see that motivation isn't about force, it's about flow. The soul doesn't shout, it nudges. It moves in rhythms, not deadlines. It chooses depth over display. And when you follow it, even the smallest act becomes sacred. Writing, walking, cooking, resting it all becomes a form of alignment. The world might not understand this shift, but you do. Because once you've tasted the truth of soul-led living, there's no going back to noise. There's only forward into the quiet fire of your becoming. 9. From performance to presence, living as the self. You no longer chase clarity, applause, or a polished sense of identity. The need to define yourself, to prove your worth through achievements or recognition, slowly dissolves. It doesn't feel like giving up. It feels like waking up. Something within you becomes still, yet profoundly alive. You start responding to life from the inside out, not reacting to every external demand. Your guidance now flows from dreams, symbols, gut feelings, and that unshakable inner peace that doesn't need to explain itself to the world. The self begins to rise, not the version of you, crafted through performance or praise, but the quiet, enduring presence that's always been underneath. You stop craving the fire that once burned to be seen or understood. Instead, a new flame is born. It's not fierce like the old one. It doesn't roar. It glows. It's steady, unbothered, and rooted in something far more eternal than ambition. That flame is your essence, and it doesn't come from striving. It comes from surrendering. As you enter this deeper phase of spiritual awakening, life feels different. Slower, perhaps. Simpler. You begin to see beauty in the pause, not just the progress. You no longer feel pulled to force things or control outcomes. The world may call it stillness. You know it as alignment. Where others see boredom, you feel clarity. Where others see disinterest, you're experiencing divine presence. You're no longer chasing signs, you've become one. You're not seeking meaning in chaos. You're radiating meaning through your calm. Carl Jung said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And now you do. You don't need to perform, to entertain, or to conform. You don't need to fit in because you were never meant to blend. You were meant to become, to embody, to walk with truth even if no one notices, even if no one claps. You live not from fear of missing out, but from the fullness of being here. This is not the end of your fire. It's the birth of a new one, a quiet one, a flame that lights others not with spectacle, but with presence. You are not empty. You are spacious. You are not lost. You are free. This is the sacred aftermath of awakening, not the rush of purpose, but the grace of presence. Not the noise of the world, but the stillness of the soul, fully alive in its own truth. To affirm your commitment to living from presence, not performance, declare it boldly. Comment below. I live from my true self, to honor your inner journey and inspire others to rise from within. And if this message resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone on the path. If this message resonated with you, know that you are not alone. The emptiness after awakening is not the end. It's the beginning of something deeper. Let it guide you inward, where the true purpose is quietly waiting. If you found value in this reflection, please give this video a thumbs up, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more soul-nourishing content like this. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our next video. Your journey matters, and we're honored to walk it with you. The 10 unacceptable behaviors Carl Jung warns us never to tolerate. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Every day, we encounter behaviors that drain our spirit, distort our truth, and quietly chip away at our self-worth. But what if the real danger isn't just in what others do to us, but in what we allow? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the 10 unacceptable behaviors that Carl Jung, one of the most profound minds in psychology, warns us never to tolerate. These aren't just psychological insights, they're keys to reclaiming your inner peace and honoring your spiritual path. As you listen, reflect. Which of these have I justified in the name of love, loyalty, or fear? Leave a comment below sharing your experience. Your voice could be the light someone else needs. 1. Emotional manipulation disguised as love. Emotional manipulation often slips into our lives dressed as love. It shows up as concern, as protection, as care, but beneath the surface, it's a strategy of control. You're told things like, "I'm only doing this because I love you," while your choices are slowly narrowed and your instincts questioned. You begin to shrink, not because you're weak, but because someone else is confusing possession with affection. Carl Jung warned against this illusion. He believed that when you betray your soul's truth to maintain peace with others, you fracture your psyche. And that fracture, over time, becomes suffering you can't quite name. It manifests as anxiety, depression, numbness, a spiritual illness born not from trauma alone, but from tolerating the slow erosion of your inner voice. The danger lies in how easily manipulation is mistaken for love. A partner might control your decisions and call it protection. A parent might shame you and call it guidance. A friend might guilt you and call it honesty. These aren't acts of love. They are expressions of fear, masked by emotional closeness. And the more you allow them, the more you doubt yourself. Your intuition dims. Your sense of self becomes dependent on their moods, their approval, their version of you. This is not connection. It is emotional entrapment. And spiritual wisdom reminds us that any relationship demanding you to abandon your truth is not sacred. It's a lesson. Jung taught that what we fail to make conscious will rule us, and we'll call it fate. So if we don't become aware of these patterns, we attract them again and again in different people, in different forms, but always with the same emotional cost. That's why recognizing manipulation is not just psychological work, it's soul work. You're not just protecting your boundaries, you're restoring your inner authority. Because real love empowers. It invites your growth, your freedom, your full presence. It doesn't ask for smallness in exchange for acceptance. The moment you stop tolerating emotional control, the moment you name it for what it is, something shifts. You return to yourself. You begin to trust what you feel instead of what you're told to feel. And in that space, you find a clarity that was buried beneath years of compromise. Love rooted in truth doesn't need guilt as a tool. It doesn't thrive on sacrifice. It flourishes in mutual respect, in honoring each person's path without fear or pressure. When someone uses guilt to keep you close, they're not showing love. They're managing their fear of losing control. You are not here to be molded by others' insecurities. You are here to live aligned with your soul, to stand in relationships where freedom is not a threat, but a shared value, to call out false love not with blame, but with awakening. That is the deeper teaching behind Jung's wisdom. Spiritual awakening begins the moment you stop tolerating what feels wrong and start trusting what feels true. Comment below. I choose truth over control. If you're ready to break free from emotional manipulation and reclaim your self-worth, let this be the moment you honor your soul's truth and step into clarity. 2. Contempt masked as honesty. Saying, "I'm just being honest," can often be a mask for something much darker: contempt. While honesty is essential in any meaningful relationship, it becomes damaging when used as a weapon. True honesty, as Carl Jung emphasized, is not meant to wound, but to awaken. It carries with it the energy of compassion and clarity, not condescension. When someone repeatedly criticizes under the banner of truth, what they are often revealing is not your flaw, but their own shadow, an unacknowledged part of themselves they unconsciously project onto you. Contempt is one of the most corrosive forces in human interaction. When dressed up as honesty, it becomes even more insidious because it wears the mask of virtue. You begin to question your sensitivity, wondering if you're too fragile or too reactive. But this is not about fragility, it's about emotional integrity. Repeated exposure to contempt, even subtle forms, chips away at your self-worth. You begin to shrink, to edit yourself, to anticipate criticism before you even speak. Eventually, the emotional environment becomes one where love feels conditional and approval becomes a performance. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious, if not made conscious, will rule our lives, and we will call it fate. When we allow someone's contempt to define how we see ourselves, we begin living from their unhealed perception rather than our own truth. You start adjusting to their version of who you're supposed to be, forgetting the wisdom of your own inner voice. And the longer you tolerate this disguised hostility, the more disconnected you become from your authentic self. Real honesty doesn't seek to dominate. It seeks to reveal with care. It may be direct, even uncomfortable at times, but it comes from a place of love, not superiority. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that every act of true communication is a meeting of souls, not a contest of egos. If someone uses honesty as an excuse to demean, belittle, or correct you constantly, they are not engaging in truth-telling. They are trying to control the narrative of your worth. In daily life, this dynamic plays out in subtle ways. A partner who comments on your weight just out of concern. A friend who questions your career choices because they care. A colleague who always finds a flaw in your work, but insists they're helping you improve. These are not random criticisms, they are patterns. And patterns, as Jung taught, are symbols of unconscious forces at play. If those patterns leave you feeling small, anxious, or silenced, they are not rooted in light. The most dangerous part of contempt disguised as honesty is that it makes you complicit in your own erosion. You begin to justify the pain because it's wrapped in the language of truth. But truth without empathy is not truth. It is violence. It is a form of psychological colonization, where your inner landscape is slowly rewritten by someone else's unresolved pain. To honor your self-worth is to recognize when someone's honesty is actually their shadow speaking, and to walk away from it is not weakness, it's spiritual maturity. Have you ever mistaken cruelty for honesty? If you're ready to choose truth with compassion over correction with contempt, comment below. I choose kind honesty. Let this be your first step toward emotional clarity and spiritual strength. 3. Control packaged as protection. Control that disguises itself as protection is one of the most subtle yet dangerous forms of emotional manipulation. It doesn't shout, it whispers. It doesn't bind with chains, it binds with guilt, fear, and conditional love. What often sounds like, "I'm doing this for your own good," is not a gesture of love, but a reflection of someone's fear projected onto your path. This isn't about care, it's about containment. Carl Jung warned us that anything unconscious will rule our lives, and we will call it fate. When you unconsciously accept this kind of control as love, you start walking a path that is not your own. Real love expands you. It invites you to grow, to rise, to reach into every corner of your potential. But false care? It suppresses you. It demands that you fit into someone else's version of safety, someone else's idea of who you should be. It's the parent who discourages your dreams under the guise of realism. It's the partner who needs to know where you are at all times, but calls it worry. It's the friend who fears your transformation because it threatens their comfort zone. At first, it feels innocent, maybe even flattering. Someone wants to protect you, look out for you, guide you. But slowly, you begin to hesitate. You filter your thoughts. You question your desires. You ask for permission to be yourself. And that's how it begins, the erosion of your autonomy. Bit by bit, your soul starts to dim. Not because you're weak, but because you've been taught that sacrifice is love and obedience is peace. The danger lies not only in what others do, but in how easily we begin to tolerate it. The voice inside you that once screamed for freedom becomes a whisper. Your dreams don't disappear. They just feel distant, like they belong to someone braver. You tell yourself, this is normal. You convince yourself, it's okay. But deep down, there is an ache, a quiet knowing that something sacred is being traded away. Jung believed that spiritual awakening begins the moment you stop lying to yourself. And one of the most common lies we tell is that being controlled is a form of love. It's not. Love listens. It doesn't dictate. Love doesn't restrict. Love empowers. It doesn't manipulate. When someone uses fear, guilt, or protection as a reason to limit you, they are not guarding you. They are guarding themselves from their fear of your evolution. You were not created to fit into the comfort zones of others. You were not meant to live a life that only exists to keep someone else from feeling insecure. The truth is, you don't owe anyone your silence, your shrinking, or your surrender just to preserve their illusion of safety. This is not love. This is not protection. This is spiritual confinement, and recognizing it may be the very key that sets you free. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I reclaim my freedom. I trust love that empowers, not controls. 4. Gaslighting the assault on your inner compass. Gaslighting is not just manipulation. It's a subtle form of psychological warfare that targets your inner compass. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It doesn't strike you down in one blow. It unravels you slowly, moment by moment, until you don't recognize your own reflection. You begin to question what you saw, what you felt, what you remembered. The person gaslighting you doesn't just deny your reality, they replace it. And once your version of truth is eroded, theirs becomes the only one that matters. You begin to doubt your memory, your instincts, even your sanity, until you can no longer tell where you end and they begin. What makes gaslighting especially dangerous is its quiet repetition. It starts small, a forgotten promise, a denied conversation, a subtle accusation that you're too sensitive. But these aren't random. They're calculated seeds of confusion. And confusion becomes your new normal. You start apologizing for things that aren't your fault. You stop voicing discomfort out of fear you're overreacting. Eventually, you stop trusting yourself entirely. You become emotionally dependent on the one who is erasing you. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's true when you're in a safe space to grow. But gaslighting doesn't offer that space. It doesn't invite self-discovery. It hijacks it. It strips away your ability to reflect honestly because it convinces you your feelings are flawed. And when you no longer trust your own emotions, you can't tell the truth from illusion. That's the real theft, not of love, but of perception. Long-term gaslighting reshapes the way you see the world and your place in it. You're no longer the author of your own story. The manipulator holds the pen, deciding what's real and what's not. They train you to second-guess your intuition, molding you into someone more malleable, more dependent, more controllable. You don't even realize how much power you've handed over until one day, your silence feels safer than your voice. But there is something sacred about your inner knowing. It's not just emotional intelligence, it's spiritual wisdom. Your intuition is a divine gift, not a flaw to be corrected. When someone repeatedly causes you to question that gift, they're not loving you. They're dismantling you. They are not helping you grow. They're making sure you don't. You cannot walk a path of spiritual awakening if you are constantly being pushed to abandon your truth for someone else's comfort. You must understand, your boundaries are not too much. Your memory is not broken. Your heart is not wrong. The moment you start to reclaim your truth is the moment healing begins. And healing doesn't require their permission. It only requires your decision. You do not owe your loyalty to someone who thrives on your confusion. You owe it to yourself to break free. Gaslighting is never love. It's a power play dressed as concern. It's emotional manipulation masked as care. If someone regularly makes you feel unstable, doubtful, or ashamed of your natural responses, that's not a reflection of your weakness. It's a reflection of their control. Trust that inner voice, even if it's trembling, even if it's quiet, because spiritual wisdom lives in your ability to say, "I know what I felt. I know what I saw, and I trust myself." Stay grounded in your truth by subscribing to our channel. Here, we expose the tactics that distort your inner compass and help you reclaim your clarity and power. You are not crazy, you are awakening. And you deserve to walk in truth, not confusion. 5. Dismissal of your inner world. When your dreams are constantly dismissed or mocked, it doesn't just hurt your feelings, it erodes the very foundation of who you are. Carl Jung believed that our inner world, the quiet space of dreams, instincts, imagination, and emotional truth, is the core of our spiritual life. To ignore it is to deny your own soul. When someone laughs at your passion, or tells you your goals are unrealistic, what they're really doing is telling you that your inner voice doesn't matter. Over time, this leads to something far more dangerous than rejection. It leads to self-abandonment. Carl Jung emphasized the journey of individuation, the process of becoming whole by accepting every part of who you are, especially the parts others may not understand. But when you're constantly silenced, you start believing the lie that your truth is inconvenient, that your voice is too much, or that your dreams are simply not welcome in this world. And so, you shrink. Not because you want to, but because the world has trained you to. This is not humility, it is spiritual suffocation. Your light dims not because it went out, but because it was told to hide. This kind of emotional suppression creates a psychological fracture. On the outside, you might seem fine, stable, polite, even successful. But inside, the soul is grieving. You begin living a life that looks good on paper, but feels hollow in your chest. Jung warned that what we fail to make conscious will eventually rule our lives and feel like destiny. In other words, if you suppress your voice long enough, your silence becomes your identity, and you won't even realize it. In today's world, it's not uncommon to see someone walk away from their true calling because others convinced them it wasn't practical. The artist who became an accountant, the healer who chose a corporate job, the writer who stopped writing. These are not small compromises. These are spiritual wounds, and the people who discourage them, often well-meaning. But good intentions do not excuse deep invalidation. What Jung's spiritual wisdom makes clear is this: dismissing your inner world is not just a personal mistake, it's a collective tragedy. Because when even one person abandons their authentic self, the world loses something irreplaceable. That is why you must protect your inner world the way you would protect a sacred fire. It is the source of your light, your clarity, your healing, and your purpose. Anyone who tries to extinguish that light, whether with mockery, criticism, or cold indifference, does not deserve access to your soul. And perhaps most importantly, never become your own silencer. Your dreams were given to you for a reason. Your feelings are valid. Your inner world is not a weakness. It is a compass pointing you toward your highest self. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. My inner world is sacred. I honor it, I protect it, and I reclaim it today. Let this be your turning point. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom and stay connected as we rise together in truth and self-love. 6. Chronic lack of empathy. When someone shows a chronic lack of empathy, they don't just fail to understand you. They slowly train you to believe that your emotions are a burden. Over time, this kind of emotional neglect seeps into your spirit. You start to shrink, not because you're weak, but because your soul is learning to survive in an environment where it's never truly seen or heard. Carl Jung warned that what we fail to make conscious will rule our lives, and we will call it fate. In relationships, if we continue to tolerate being dismissed, ignored, or emotionally minimized, we unconsciously begin to accept emotional starvation as love. Empathy is not a luxury in a relationship, it's the foundation. It's the bridge between two souls that allows vulnerability to exist without fear. Without empathy, love becomes one-sided, performative, and draining. You might find yourself walking on eggshells, always second-guessing your feelings, rehearsing your emotions to make them more acceptable, and eventually disconnecting from your own truth. This isn't a connection. It's self-erasure. It often starts subtly. You share something painful, and they laugh. You open up about your fears, and they roll their eyes. You cry, and they call you dramatic. At first, you try harder to explain. Then you start to hide. Later, you just stop trying altogether. Your silence isn't peace, it's defeat. In a spiritually awakened life, this kind of inner silencing becomes unbearable. You begin to feel the weight of everything you're not saying, and it creates a pressure that no amount of pretending can release. A real-life example is all too common. Someone grows up in a home where emotions are dismissed, then enters adulthood repeating the pattern. They find themselves drawn to partners who mirror that same emotional absence, confusing neglect with normalcy. They convince themselves that needing affection or understanding is too much. But one day, something inside shifts. Maybe it's a breakdown. Maybe it's a quiet moment in the dark. But the realization hits. I deserve to feel safe when I speak. I deserve to be understood. That's the beginning of spiritual awakening, not fireworks and light, but the subtle decision to stop betraying your own heart. Spiritual wisdom teaches that your energy is sacred, and if someone consistently meets your pain with apathy, they are not a safe space. They are a mirror showing you what you must heal and no longer tolerate. Jung didn't tell us to hate those who lack empathy. He taught us to become conscious of the roles we play in allowing that absence to define our emotional reality. Tolerating a chronic lack of empathy is like watering a dead flower and hoping it blooms. Eventually, you must accept that love cannot grow where the soul is not nourished. Spiritual awakening is not just about raising your vibration, it's about honoring your truth. And part of that truth is this: your feelings matter. Your voice matters. You matter. If you're still with us and this message resonates, comment below. I deserve to be seen and heard. Your voice matters, and your presence helps us create a space rooted in empathy, healing, and true connection. 7. Repeated betrayal wrapped in apologies. When someone repeatedly hurts you and follows it with an apology, what you're witnessing is not healing. It's a cycle of control. "I'm sorry" becomes a phrase used not to bring resolution, but to reset the stage for more damage. As Carl Jung insightfully pointed out, repeated harmful behavior is rarely accidental. It's a pattern, a conscious or unconscious choice. Over time, the repetition chips away at your emotional clarity, and you begin to confuse endurance with love. You start believing that staying through the pain proves your loyalty. But what it actually does is slowly strip you of your emotional vitality. You don't become stronger, you become numb. This numbness is not peace, it's emotional survival. Your nervous system, overwhelmed by the inconsistency of hurt and apology, begins to shut down its responses. You stop expecting change. You stop voicing your needs. You begin living in a space where betrayal is normal and healing is a fantasy. And yet, because of your empathy, your capacity for hope, and your desire to see the best in people, you keep forgiving. You keep accepting apologies with no evidence of growth. But spiritual wisdom teaches that forgiveness without accountability becomes a dangerous form of self-abandonment. Jung emphasized that what we tolerate externally often mirrors what we haven't healed internally. When you accept repeated betrayal, it may reflect a deeper belief that you must earn love by suffering for it. This belief is a wound, not a truth. And if left unhealed, It will continue to attract relationships where you are tested rather than treasured. The spiritual awakening lies in seeing the difference between compassion and self-sacrifice, between forgiveness and forgetting, between love and addiction to hope. Apologies that don't come with changed behavior are a form of manipulation. They exist to relieve the guilt of the offender, not to rebuild trust for the one who's been hurt. You deserve more than that. You deserve a connection that uplifts you, not one that erodes your inner peace. Spiritual wisdom is not about endlessly tolerating pain. It's about recognizing the sacredness of your boundaries. Your peace, your clarity, your emotional well-being are not luxuries. They are your compass. When someone chooses the same destructive behavior over and over and only apologizes after the damage is done, what they are really telling you is, I know this hurts you, but I will continue. And when you accept that, without consequence, what you may unconsciously be saying back is, I don't believe I'm worth more. But you are. You always have been. And the moment you stop making room for betrayal, disguised as regret, is the moment your true healing begins. Have you ever stayed too long because you believed the next apology would mean something? If you've broken that cycle, share your strength in the comments below. It might help someone else. And if you're ready to choose peace over pain, comment, I will not settle, to begin that healing journey today. 8. Selfishness disguised as independence. Some people call it independence, but what they really mean is emotional detachment dressed up as strength. Carl Jung warned us to pay attention to these masks, because not all independence is healthy. True independence doesn't fear connection, it embraces it. It's grounded in self-awareness and emotional maturity, not avoidance or control. But when someone constantly keeps their distance, rarely initiates contact, and calls it just how I am, that's not independence. That's a subtle form of selfishness. In these one-sided dynamics, you find yourself doing all the work. You're always the one reaching out, checking in, trying to bridge the emotional gap. You convince yourself that you're being supportive, patient, or understanding, but deep down, you're starving. Starving for reciprocity, for warmth, for presence. And yet, you stay because you've confused dysfunction with loyalty. You've mistaken your ability to carry the emotional load as proof that the relationship is worth saving. But Jung taught us that what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. When you ignore the truth, the imbalance only deepens. Take the story of Lisa. Her friend Adam insists he's fiercely independent. He doesn't do clingy, he says. But over time, it becomes clear. Adam never initiates, never checks in, unless there's something in it for him. Lisa finds herself constantly pouring in love and energy, only to be met with silence or indifference. She questions herself. Am I too needy? Am I not strong enough? But the problem isn't her need for connection. The problem is that she's trying to feed a bond that's emotionally bankrupt. Jung would say, Adam is acting from the shadow, avoiding intimacy, hiding behind a label, and projecting his fear of closeness onto someone who just wants something real. True connection can't exist without mutual effort. It's not supposed to feel like chasing or begging. If someone's independence consistently leaves you feeling unseen, exhausted, or emotionally invisible, then you're not in a relationship, you're in survival mode. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that love is not supposed to drain you. It's meant to grow you. And Carl Jung knew that our unconscious patterns, especially what we tolerate, shape our fate. The longer you stay in a relationship where giving is expected and receiving is rare, the more you train yourself to accept crumbs as nourishment. This is where your self-respect must rise. You are not too much. You are not demanding. You are simply asking for emotional presence from someone who may never be ready to offer it. Their silence is not your fault. Their coldness is not your cue to try harder. The moment you begin excusing this pattern, you betray your own inner needs, and that's where true loneliness begins. In the language of the soul, withdrawal without communication is a form of punishment. And when someone keeps you close enough to benefit, but far enough to avoid responsibility, you become their emotional caretaker, not their equal. Carl Jung believed that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life, and you will call it fate. Recognize the pattern, name the distortion, and most of all, reclaim your energy. True independence is not about keeping people out. It's about knowing you can stand alone while still choosing to open your heart. If this message resonated with your heart, comment below. I deserve mutual love and soulful connection. Let this be your affirmation that you are no longer settling for one-sided effort, only relationships that nourish you. 9. Sarcasm as a weapon. Sarcasm may wear the mask of humor, but when used as a tool to humiliate or conceal hidden resentment, it becomes emotional warfare. A subtle jab here, a mocking tone there disguised as lighthearted teasing, slowly poisons the atmosphere of a relationship. Over time, this behavior doesn't just bruise your feelings, it erodes your sense of safety and self-worth. What begins as a joke turns into a pattern where you're taught to question your own sensitivity, to silence your instincts, and to accept disrespect as normal. This is precisely what Carl Jung warned against. He believed that unspoken emotions never truly disappear. Instead, they slip into the unconscious and return as projections, often in the form of passive-aggressive sarcasm. When someone constantly masks their unresolved anger or contempt with sarcasm, they aren't being witty. They're avoiding the vulnerability of direct communication. It's easier to say, "I was just kidding," than to say, "I'm hurt," or "I'm angry." But this avoidance, repeated often enough, becomes toxic. You find yourself anticipating their jabs, shrinking your personality to avoid being the next punchline. And in doing so, you trade authenticity for peace. You begin to tolerate what your soul knows is unacceptable, all for the sake of keeping the relationship intact. From the lens of spiritual awakening, this dynamic is not just damaging, it is deeply misaligned with your higher self. True awakening requires you to become aware of the energies that distort your truth. It invites you to examine what you've allowed into your life, not because you deserved it, but because you were conditioned to believe that love must hurt a little. But love doesn't humiliate. Love doesn't mock your dreams or your sensitivity. Love speaks with clarity and compassion, not hidden contempt. A woman once shared how her partner used sarcasm to belittle her passions. Every time she mentioned her dreams of becoming a writer, he'd scoff, "Oh, sure, the next Hemingway." She laughed at first, thinking it was harmless. But over the years, her dream dimmed. She stopped writing altogether, not because she lost interest, but because she internalized his voice. That's what sarcasm does when left unchallenged. It implants shame where confidence should grow. It becomes a voice you carry long after the speaker has gone. Spiritual awakening asks you to notice these voices, to question where they came from, and to decide whether they still belong in your life. It's not about cutting people off. It's about refusing to let unspoken hostility live in your sacred space. The moment you awaken to how deeply sarcasm has shaped your behavior is the moment you begin reclaiming your voice. Because healing doesn't start with others changing. It starts with you no longer tolerating what makes your soul shrink. If this message resonates with you, declare your truth. Comment below, "I deserve respect," to honor your healing and remind others that safety and connection is not optional, it's essential. 10. Emotional withdrawal as punishment. Emotional withdrawal is not about needing space, it's about taking control without accountability. When someone chooses to shut down, to withhold their presence, their voice, their warmth, it isn't silence, it's strategy. This kind of cold detachment is not a quiet act of healing. It's punishment without words. It creates confusion, isolation, and deep emotional injury. You begin to question your worth, to replay every interaction, trying to decode what you did wrong. But the truth is, this isn't about what you did. It's about their refusal to face what's inside themselves. Carl Jung recognized this as a shadow behavior, something born from the unconscious parts of a person that they haven't yet faced or integrated. To Jung, true growth begins by bringing those unconscious patterns into the light. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. So when someone uses emotional withdrawal to punish, they're not setting boundaries. They're acting from their shadow. They avoid vulnerability. They flee from conflict. And in doing so, they damage not only the connection, but their own ability to evolve. It's important to understand the difference between emotional regulation and emotional manipulation. A mature person can say, "I need time to process this," with clarity and intention. But someone ruled by their shadow says nothing at all, expecting you to feel their anger, their disapproval, their control in the silence. They use emotional absence as a leash, pulling you in without ever having to name their own emotions. That is not emotional intelligence, it is spiritual avoidance. And spiritual wisdom reminds us that love without presence is not love at all. In this dynamic, the one being punished begins to feel like a ghost. You're physically in the relationship, but emotionally discarded. You may start working harder to please them, over-explaining, over-apologizing, internalizing their silence as evidence of your failure. But this is where spiritual awakening begins, when you recognize that their silence is not your responsibility to fix. You were not created to shrink in someone else's emotional winter. You were created to bloom in light. The person who withdraws often believes they're in control. But in truth, they're controlled by fear. Fear of confrontation, fear of rejection, fear of revealing their own vulnerabilities. Instead of saying, "This hurt me," they say nothing and wait for you to break. And when you do, they feel powerful again. But that power is hollow. Because any connection built on silence and fear is a prison, not a partnership. Healing begins when you stop personalizing their distance, when you stop begging for warmth from someone who only knows how to turn cold, when you understand that silence, in this context, isn't peaceful, it's violent. It's an invisible war waged on your emotional well-being. And the only way to win is not to fight harder, but to step away entirely. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that emotional intimacy cannot grow in the soil of manipulation. It grows in truth, vulnerability, and mutual care. When someone withdraws to punish, they are rejecting not only you, but the possibility of transformation. And that rejection is not your burden to carry. It is their mirror to face. So if someone's silence has been echoing louder than their love, let that be your wake-up call. You deserve connection that breathes life, not coldness that steals it. Thank you for taking this journey into the wisdom of Carl Jung with us. These 10 behaviors may seem subtle, even familiar, but tolerating them quietly can slowly erode your self-worth, your peace, and your potential. Jung reminded us that what we fail to confront in ourselves and in others will ultimately control us. So, may this video be your reminder to honor your boundaries, trust your intuition, and never settle for anything that dims your inner light. If today's message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights that support your personal and spiritual growth. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth, healing, and transformation. Stay away from people who ask for these 5 things. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Carl Jung. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we explore 5 subtle yet powerful behaviors that drain your energy and block your growth, especially when others ask them of you. These aren't just red flags in relationships. They are mirrors showing you where to set boundaries and reclaim your inner peace. As you listen, ask yourself, who in your life is asking too much of your spirit? Comment below with your thoughts and experiences. Your story might just help someone else awaken too. 1. Being asked to take responsibility for what isn't yours. People will test your boundaries in subtle ways. It often starts with a small favor, something that feels harmless. Maybe they ask you to listen to their problems late at night, help them pay a bill, or fix an issue they created. You say yes because you're compassionate. But over time, the requests grow. What began as kindness becomes obligation. Without realizing it, you find yourself carrying emotional and even financial loads that were never yours to bear. You're solving problems you didn't cause. You're managing emotions that aren't yours. And while they feel lighter, you begin to feel heavy, exhausted, resentful. That's not love. That's emotional exploitation. Carl Jung's deep insight into the human psyche reminds us that projection is one of the most dangerous defense mechanisms. People often project their pain, guilt, or irresponsibility onto others, and those with open hearts are the easiest targets. They'll frame their needs as your responsibility. But here's the truth. You are not their therapist, their bank, their savior. You are not here to fix lives at the expense of your own well-being. The moment you agree to carry what's not yours, you start walking away from yourself. And no relationship, whether it's with a partner, a parent, a sibling, or a friend, is worth abandoning your peace. Spiritual wisdom calls for discernment, not just empathy. Boundaries are not walls that keep people out. They are gates that protect what's sacred within. If someone is constantly asking you to be responsible for their choices, their healing, or their mistakes, they're not seeking connection. they're seeking control. And control often wears the mask of closeness. They'll guilt you, flatter you, even spiritualize the dynamic by saying you're the strong one, the old soul, the chosen healer. But real healing doesn't make you feel drained. Real connection empowers both people, not just one. This kind of manipulation operates on silent contracts. You help them, and in return, you expect appreciation or change. But often, neither comes. Instead, they ask for more. They learn that you will say yes, that your guilt will override your instincts. And every time you say yes to something that violates your inner truth, you weaken your connection with yourself. You begin to live reactively, constantly adjusting your energy to accommodate theirs. That is not spiritual alignment, that is self-abandonment disguised as virtue. Letting go of what's not yours is not cruelty. It's clarity. It's an act of sacred self-respect. When you say, "This is not mine to carry," you're not turning your back on love. You're turning toward a healthier expression of it. You're saying, "I will love you, but I will not be your emotional crutch. I will walk beside you, but I will not walk for you." That is spiritual maturity. That is integrity in motion. We must understand that helping someone isn't about sacrificing your own soul. It's about knowing your role. You can support, guide, and inspire, but you cannot rescue. Even Christ didn't heal everyone who asked. He responded to faith, to willingness. So why should you give your light to those who aren't willing to rise? If someone consistently brings you problems, but never solutions, pain, but never progress, chaos, but never accountability, they are not aligned with your path. Spiritual awakening sharpens your inner radar. You begin to feel when something is off. You hear the hidden messages beneath the surface of requests. Help me sometimes really means carry me. And that is where your boundary must stand. Not from anger, but from understanding. Not from fear, but from truth. And your energy is your responsibility. Protect it as if it were your lifeline, because it is. You are not obligated to be anyone's cushion for consequences. Say no when needed. Withdraw when necessary. Remember, your peace is not a sacrifice. It is a statement of divine self-worth. Let them carry what's theirs. Let them grow through it. That is the greatest gift you can offer. Not your rescue, but your refusal to enable. That is the wisdom of boundaries. That is spiritual wisdom in its highest form. Have you ever said no to something that wasn't your responsibility? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire others to set healthier boundaries. If not, comment, "I will choose myself to take the first step toward emotional freedom." Let's support each other in reclaiming our peace. 2. Being asked to lend money outside of emergencies. Lending money to someone you care about can feel like the right thing to do. But when it's not a true emergency, that one-time favor often becomes a pattern, one that slowly erodes your peace of mind. At first, they say they just need a little help to get back on track. You trust them. You care. You give. But as time goes on, the requests don't stop. They grow. The problem isn't just the money leaving your account. It's the emotional pressure, the subtle guilt, and the unspoken expectation that you'll always say yes. Carl Jung taught that what lies beneath the surface of human behavior often holds more power than what's visible. Repeatedly asking for financial help without accountability is rarely just about money. It's a symptom of a deeper dynamic. It reflects a lack of responsibility, a misuse of trust, and often unconscious emotional manipulation. You become the safety net for someone who refuses to build their own. They don't see your kindness as a gift. They start to treat it as a given. Many people find themselves in this trap without realizing it. You lend out of love, but soon you're sacrificing your well-being, your savings, and your sense of safety. You start avoiding their calls, feeling anxious when their name pops up on your screen. That's not love. It's emotional entanglement. And it drains more than just your bank balance. It drains your spirit. True emergencies are different. When someone genuinely needs help because of a crisis outside their control, and you have the means to offer support, that's compassion in action. But ongoing requests, especially those made without repayment, growth, or gratitude, cross a spiritual boundary. They take advantage of your good nature, and the more you allow it, the more they expect it. You are not selfish for saying no. You are not cold-hearted. You are wise. You are drawing a necessary line that says, "My peace is sacred." Spiritual wisdom teaches that discernment is just as important as compassion. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to let someone face the consequences of their choices. That's how people grow. That's how self-respect is built. You must ask yourself, is this helping them rise, or is it keeping them small? Are you giving because it feels right, or because you're afraid of being seen as the bad person? Your worth is not measured by how much you sacrifice for others who refuse to take responsibility for their own lives. Your energy, your resources, your peace, they matter. Protecting them is not only practical, it is profoundly spiritual. Carl Jung once said that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And sometimes, asking for money again and again is just that, an avoidance of doing the inner work. Don't let someone else's avoidance become your burden. If it costs you your peace, it's too expensive. Always. Comment below. I choose peace over pressure. If you're ready to protect your energy and set healthy boundaries with money. And if you've ever been in a situation like this, share your story in the comments. Your wisdom might help someone else find the strength to say no. 3. Being asked to mediate family conflicts. Being asked to mediate family conflicts may sound harmless, noble, even, but it's one of the most subtle and dangerous ways your peace, clarity, and spiritual energy get hijacked. The moment you agree to step into the role of the mediator, especially in emotionally charged situations like inheritance disputes or long-standing grudges, you're not being empowered. You're being used. It's a hidden trap that masquerades as responsibility. But in truth, it's a weight that doesn't belong on your shoulders. No matter how well-intentioned you are, trying to fix wounds that aren't yours to heal will eventually drain you to the bone. You'll find yourself emotionally bankrupt, exhausted, and confused, wondering how you ended up in the crossfire of a war that began long before you even had a voice in the family. Family conflicts, especially those involving pride, old trauma, or money, are rarely looking for healing. More often, they seek validation, a witness to the chaos, or worse, a scapegoat when things go wrong. And if you're the one with a calm presence or an awakened heart, you automatically become the emotional sponge. But spiritual awakening means recognizing when peacekeeping becomes self-betrayal. You cannot pour from an empty cup. And you certainly can't be the referee in a game where both teams secretly want you to lose. There is a spiritual wisdom in saying no. in holding your ground, in protecting your inner sanctuary from becoming a battleground for generational pain. People who ask you to mediate their conflicts are often trying to avoid their own inner work. They want you to step into the fire so they don't have to. But you are not their therapist, their savior, or their emotional janitor. You are not responsible for fixing dynamics built on decades of unspoken resentment, control, or dysfunction. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." And yet, so many want you to confront other people's darkness, while they themselves refuse to even acknowledge it. That's not healing. That's spiritual outsourcing, and it leads nowhere but your own depletion. Spiritual awakening is about awareness, and part of that awareness is knowing when your help is actually enabling, not empowering. Take Mia, a compassionate woman in her mid-30s, who agreed to mediate a heated dispute between her mother and uncle over their childhood home. What began as a sincere desire to bring peace turned into months of emotional labor. Accusations flew, sides were taken, and when it all fell apart, guess who got blamed? Mia. She was accused of bias, of not trying hard enough, of making it worse. In truth, she did everything she could. But it was never her battle to begin with. And in the process, she lost her sense of balance, clarity, and joy. That's the price of stepping into conflicts that are not aligned with your soul's purpose. The truth is simple. Not every family storm requires your umbrella. Not every problem needs your intervention. There's strength in silence. There's power in stepping away. And there is deep spiritual wisdom in choosing your peace over forced loyalty. Just because someone is family doesn't mean they have access to your spirit. Your energy is sacred, and the more awakened you become, the more you realize that guarding your peace is not just an act of self-care, it's an act of spiritual responsibility. So the next time someone comes to you asking you to mediate their emotional chaos, remember this: you were not born to be the sacrificial lamb for broken systems. You were born to awaken, to rise, to shine from a place of wholeness. And that requires boundaries. That requires discernment. That requires the courage to say, "I love you, but I will not lose myself to fix what you refuse to face." That is the kind of strength your spiritual awakening calls for. Not the strength to carry everyone's burdens, but the wisdom to know which ones are yours. Have you ever been caught in the middle of a family conflict, trying to fix what wasn't yours to begin with? If so, share your experience in the comments below. Your story could help someone feel less alone. If not, comment, "I choose peace," to affirm your commitment to protecting your energy and well-being. 4. Being asked to change who you are or how you live. As you journey through life, especially after seasons of transformation and spiritual awakening, there will come a moment when people around you, family, friends, even colleagues, begin to project subtle or direct expectations on how you should live. They may suggest that you change the way you dress, speak, believe, or move through the world. These requests may sound harmless, even loving at times, but underneath, many of them are rooted in discomfort with your individuality. The truth is, asking someone to change who they are to fit into someone else's standards isn't helpful. It's a quiet form of erasure. It dismisses the years you've spent becoming who you are. It ignores the spiritual battles you've endured, the self-reflection, the healing, the nights you prayed for clarity, and the mornings you woke up determined to start again. To ask someone to abandon that for the sake of blending in is not just disrespectful, it's damaging. The problem is that many people don't recognize this for what it truly is. When someone says, "You'd be more attractive if you dressed differently," or "Maybe you shouldn't talk about your beliefs so openly," they are not offering insight. They're handing you a mask. And too many people, afraid of conflict or rejection, put that mask on. They begin to shift, to mold themselves, to comply with someone else's narrative. Slowly, their soul begins to dim, not because it lost its light, but because it was told that shining was too much, and that is the price of approval that is far too high. True spiritual wisdom teaches us that alignment with our truth is sacred. It is not meant to be compromised for temporary comfort or external applause. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this becoming isn't a performance, it's a deep, often painful unfolding. So when someone asks you to alter that, to abandon what you've discovered through your awakening, you must see it for what it is: a demand rooted not in love, but in fear. People fear what they don't understand. They fear what challenges their beliefs or calls out their inauthenticity. And often, your unapologetic presence does exactly that. You reflect back to them the courage they haven't yet accessed. You awaken the longing they've buried beneath roles, obligations, and illusions. That's why authenticity is not only your power, it's your responsibility. Every time you choose to remain true to your values, your pace, your voice, your spirit, you declare to the world, "I am not here to entertain expectations. I am here to live fully." That level of self-respect becomes a beacon for others still trapped in self-abandonment. It gives them permission to say no, to reclaim themselves, to stop editing their soul for the comfort of others. So when someone asks you to change the essence of who you are, pause. Ask yourself if what they want is love or control, alignment or convenience. Because you are not a character in their story, you are the author of your own. And your spiritual awakening was never meant to make you more acceptable to them. It was meant to make you more aligned with God, with purpose, and with truth. Let no one rewrite that. If this message speaks to your soul, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you never miss content that honors your authenticity. Comment below. I choose to live as my true self. If you're ready to embrace who you are without apology, without compromise. 5. Being asked to prioritize others' feelings over your own. Sometimes, love disguises itself as obligation. You're told to be quiet when your truth makes others uncomfortable. You're encouraged to shrink, to silence your needs, to place other people's feelings above your own. It begins with guilt, subtle expectations, unspoken rules. Don't upset them. Don't be too much. Don't ask for what you need. But over time, this emotional suppression becomes a cage. You wake up one day, realizing you haven't been living for yourself. You've been living to keep the peace. And peace that requires your silence is not peace at all. Carl Jung taught that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent. That same burden often shows up in adult relationships. A partner wants you to hold back your ambition so they feel secure. A family member demands your time, your presence, your energy, yet gives no space for your truth. This isn't love, it's control. True love, real respect, spiritual wisdom, they all allow you to exist in fullness, If someone cannot love you without asking you to hide your light, then they do not love you. They love your compliance. There was once a woman who spent years sacrificing her own joy to keep her relationships intact. She always said yes, even when she was drowning inside. She apologized just to end arguments. She swallowed her pain so others wouldn't have to face their own discomfort. Her name could be Maya, or perhaps it's your name. Her story echoes in so many of us, until one day she said no. And the people who claimed to love her called her selfish, cold, distant. But that wasn't the truth. The truth was, she had finally stopped abandoning herself. There comes a point when saying no is the most loving thing you can do for yourself and for others. Because anything built on guilt, fear, or the need to keep someone comfortable is not sustainable. Carl Jung reminded us that wholeness comes from integrating the parts of ourselves we've hidden. And often, we hide them because we've been taught they're too much, too intense, too inconvenient, too real. If someone asks you to prioritize their comfort over your authenticity, you must remember, you are not responsible for regulating their emotions at the cost of your soul. Love never demands self-betrayal, and spiritual wisdom teaches that every time you silence your truth, you drift further from your purpose. That's the real cost, not the temporary discomfort of conflict, but the permanent ache of a life unlived. So when someone looks you in the eye and asks you to forget yourself for them, know that your answer holds the weight of your becoming. Say yes to yourself. Say yes to your voice. Say yes to your truth. Anything else is a slow death of the spirit. To honor your truth and reclaim your light, make a bold declaration. Comment below, "I choose myself," to affirm your right to live authentically and inspire others to do the same. And if this message speaks to your soul, like this video, subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual strength and self-love. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. As you reflect on Carl Jung's powerful insights, remember your energy is sacred. Protect it by staying away from those who demand what drains your soul or compromises your growth. True spiritual alignment comes from honoring your boundaries and choosing relationships that nourish your higher self. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the deep, transformative content we have coming next. Until next time, stay wise, stay awakened.